everyone, welcome to another SARUSHOW. We're going to do it a little bit differently today. Normally we do like art stream and we talk about our subject, but today we're actually just going to do it kind of like the old days of VGST where I have a bunch of games and we're going to talk about that subject. And then we're going to actually stream some co-op games. Because then I'm going to do my art stuff offline today. Just because I'll probably be able to do it faster that way. But anyway, welcome everybody to the show. We've got 21 awesome people in here. Who do we have in here? We've got, looks like Face is here. Ando Gamer, Miami Sunrise, Screw the Net is here. Sasquatch in Time is here. I love that name. So funny. Marilyn Monroe is here. Isn't it hilarious?
It is.
Sweets is here. Sweet like sugar. Jonah Fair, welcome if you're new. Ramdrick is here. Brian Sibley. Jeff Allison is here. What is up, Jeff Allison? James Malloy. And I think that's everybody. And Trancer is here. He says me. Welcome, Trancer. Welcome. So, like I said, normally we had changed it up at the beginning of the year where the Saru show was going to be like part art stream and part whatever our subject is. But I figured today, since we're talking about co-op stuff, we can play some co-op games. So we're just going to get into some of my favorite co-op games for the first 45 minutes to an hour, and then we're going to stream some co-op stuff. I don't know what we're going to stream. I guess we're just going to go through...
Rugrats!
No Rugrats. That's not 2 players!
It is.
Is it? Okay, well that game deserves to be in the trash. How's your car? I got the battery changed. That's actually what me and Jesse were doing today. That's why we're so late today. We were running a bunch of errands. We got a battery. We got a new battery. We put it in today. We drove the car around to get like everything running, make sure it's okay, the alternator, whatever, blah blah blah. So car is good now. My car has a tiny battery too. It's like a golf cart battery. I didn't know that battery was so small, but anyhow, we got it changed.
I took pictures, so I'll post them on Discord.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
How funny. When? At what point did you take pictures?
We were like changing it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
With my stomach all hang out?
No.
Because there were some parts where I was just like, God, screw it. My belly just like over the hood of the car. I'm like, man, I can't stand this long. It hurts my back. I'm old.
Look.
Oh, you did take pictures.
It's not bad, right?
Yeah, and I'm wearing fucking Rubbermaid gloves because I'm afraid. I was afraid that that my car is going to explode. But anyway, getting to co-op stuff. The music we're listening to is from Wonder 3 or 3 Wonders, which is an awesome co-op game or 2-player game. But this is one 2-player game that I loved playing with friends. And you pretty much had to rely on each other cooperatively with this one to get through it. This one is Bubble Bobble. I remember there was one friend that I used to get mad because he'd always go and he'd grab the shoe and then he'd die and then he'd grab the shoe. I was like, don't! Save me a shoe! You're just gonna die with it anyway. So, good memories with this game. Some annoying memories with it, but I loved this game. 2-player co-op. I remember when my dad bought me this game, we were in Hollywood and there was a poster on a random store in Hollywood and I was like, oh, I want that game. And he was like so reluctant to, every time he came to buy me stuff, he was so reluctant about buying it, but he'd buy it anyway. He was a good guy. He'd always like make sourpuss face about stuff. He made even more sourpuss face because the store charged $60 for the game, which is an incredible, ridiculous markup for it, but I guess because the store was right off of the Hollywood Strip, you know, and they were selling electronics, and I wanted it, and Nintendo was the hot commodity back then, and yeah, he bought it for me, and then he was like, $60 for a game. He'd always complain about stuff.
I always loved the art of that game.
Yeah, me too.
For some reason, I was like, this art is amazing.
The boss, or the cover art was really cool, which is the same as the box art as well. I don't have any Nintendo games in box. I think Kung Fu Heroes is the only one that I have in box. And only because I bought a second copy of it. Because I had my original copy of Kung Fu Heroes. And then I bought a second box copy like 6 years ago. Because I was trying to collect all of the Super Chinese series in boxes. And so I had bought a second one. I had bought a second one of these. But speaking of which, this is another co-op game early on that I used to love. And actually, I used to play this in the arcade. And in the arcade, look, that cost a whopping $5 at Retro City Games. This is the second copy I got. In the arcade, It was called Chinese Heroes, I think it was called. And in Japan, it's called Super Chinese. But I used to play this in Chinatown a shit ton as a kid, all the time. And then it came out on the NES, and it was cool because then I could play with friends, which was awesome. Anna Gamer says Streets of Rage 2 is my go-to co-op game. Beat everybody up. Yeah, we couldn't find my copy of it, of Streets of Rage 2, because that's actually one I wanted to talk about. Streets of Rage 2 was an awesome co-op game that I used to play with friends back in the day as well. Rander says, me and my girlfriend spent a whole night playing Bubble Bobble and we beat it. Was that recently? Absolute classic, says Transfer for Bubble Bobble. Perhaps says NES games came in box with manuals, some registration cards, sometimes a poster. Yeah, or sometimes they come with like that Nintendo Power Slippy. Let's see here. Streets Like Search says that's 131 in today's dollars. For the, oh yeah, $60. Damn, with inflation, I guess. Nah, maybe like $80 in today's dollars. So screw the net. Don't make me feel old. How old are you? I didn't even know. How old are you? Screw the net. If you don't feel comfortable saying it, don't. You can always tell me secretly in the Discord. Makoto is here. Welcome, Makoto K. He says, "Hey people." No, it was more than years ago, says Randrick, that him and his girlfriend beat Bubble Bobble. That's awesome. By the way, sorry crew people, if you have any video game music requests, let me know and I'll play them. Right now I'm just playing Wonder 3 music, but it sounds like this is the music for Flip-Hole, sounds like. There we go. Here's like Wonder 3 music. All the tracks are so short. Pap says Jackie Chan! Alright, Jackie Chan it is. He's quick at the keyboard. At the keyboardings. We'll go to Jackie Chan. Jackie. Good old Jackie. There we go.
Super Boozer.
This has an awesome soundtrack too, by the way. Love it. Welcome, Super Booze. Welcome. Now, here's another co-op game back on the NES that I really loved. Chippendale Rescue Rangers. This was so much fun. I remember I rented this game so much that I could have bought it, and then I actually bought it. But back in the day when this came out, when it first came out, like I couldn't afford to buy it, so we'd rent it. And like, I'd rent it and return it, and then we'd go back with the same friend, and then we'd check the same game back out again to play it. And then we would take turns checking the game out. And then eventually I bought it. Even though we beat it, right, like a bajillion times, it was still a very fun favorite game to play back in the day. And I loved it. Loved this artwork. Capcom could do no wrong back in the day with their Disney games. Maybe except for Mickey Mouse Capades, but that was like their first licensed one, I think. So they get a pass. But everything else after that was really good. I really loved all of the Disney stuff. What about DuckTales on NES? Yeah, DuckTales was good, but that wasn't really a co-op game. But I do have it.
Rescue Rangers.
That's Jesse karaoke time for you guys. Chippendale is so good. It is. I've never played. I never played the second one actually. By the time it came out, I had already moved on to other things. Darkwing Duck, best Disney animal franchise. You know, Darkwing Duck on the NES was actually really good. It was a lot of fun. And then it came out for the TurboGrafx, and that one was not fun. That one was gross. Jesse Karaoke Times, his face.
DuckTales, woo!
Yeah, Battletoads. Battletoads was a good one. I don't actually have it, but that would have been a good one to talk about. I don't have Battletoads. Another one that I don't have anymore that I really liked playing co-op with friends was Snake, Rattle, and Roll. Speaking of Rare, Snake, Rattle, and Roll was a lot of fun. I loved playing that game with friends. It was so much fun. Wait, didn't Capcom only publish that Mickey Mouse game? No, they published shit tons of Capcom stuff. The Disney sequels are worth some mega bucks. Yeah, like Chippendales 2 and DuckTales 2. Because those were two games that came out like way later in the NES's lifespan. So there was not a whole lot of demand for NES. So I guess they released them in limited numbers and worth a lot of money now. A lot of money. Alright, we're moving up. We're moving up in the totem pole of generations here for video games. We started off with NES. Next, that is an awesome game that I played with friends a shit ton was Bomberman. Bomberman 90. Man, we used to play. I had the demo for Bomberman 94. I got the demo in 1993 in the PC Engine Capsule Hyper Catalog Volume 4. Came with a demo of Bomberman 94, and we played the shit ton of that demo in 93. I remember pretty much all of November and December was Bomberman with friends, that demo. And we would just play the versus mode and just blow each other up constantly. And it was fun. It was cool. And then eventually I got the actual game. But Bomberman was so much fun. So much fun with friends. Is that the Mega Bomberman on Genesis that it's similar to? Yes, I believe so. I think the Genesis version got Mega Bomberman, and it introduced the kangaroos and stuff. This is the one that introduced the kangaroos in them. Super cute. Speaking of Bomberman, before I forget, that's what... Oh, but Jesse didn't change the...
Oh, crap.
The thing. Hold on. So tonight, before somebody... Do you want to do that now, Jesse?
Yeah, I'll do it.
I just noticed that when I started talking about it. It's okay. I
must have not.
But anyhow, yeah, Bomberman 94. Super cool. I loved... My favorite one was... I think the green one was the super fast one. I loved the super fast kangaroo. And then you had one who could kick them. I believe the purple one. Yeah, he's pictured in the back right here. This purple one. Right here. And I believe that one kicked them. And then, like, one of them pushed blocks, I believe. But I loved this game. Loved it, loved it, loved it. I played a lot of the original Bomberman. We all did because we all had it. Like, all three friends who were, like, me and my two other Turbo friends. We all had the Gate of Thunder 3-in-1 disc, which had Gate of Thunder, Bonk 1, Bonk 2, and the secret game was Bomberman. So we all played shit tons of Bomberman from the original one. That was a lot of fun. So when we got the demo to 94, man, it was on. And it was always usually us three that would play, and sometimes one of my friends would invite like a friend, and we play 4-player. We never actually ever got like a 5-player game going ever. My brothers and I used to play Mega Bomberman a whole lot. Purple is the jumper. Oh, is it? Yeah, I don't remember. But they're called Ruies. The Ruies. They're cute. Oh, the blue one was the kicker, wasn't it? The blue one would kick them, if I remember. I don't remember what the yellow one did. I'm not sure. But anyway, here's another one that's a classic. This one, I'm showing this version because it's the only version I have. But the original game that we would play this co-op on a lot is the arcade. Because when it actually finally came out for home, it wasn't really co-op. So Final Fight, me and a friend would always play Final Fight. You would always be Guy, and I would always be Cody or Hager. I like switching between the two. And then eventually I just liked playing Hager a whole lot. I would play a lot of Hager. And then this is the Sega CD version that's been cannibalized to fit into a normal CD case. Don't ask me why. This was ages ago. So yeah, but this was cannibalized to fit into a CD case. I do have the Mega CD one, which I got recently, which I prefer over the English release anyhow. But Final Fight was definitely one of those co-op games that was a lot of fun to play back in the arcade. Hey, Sarah and Jesse, dropping a like and some love, says Cello. Thank you, Cello, for stopping in. I really appreciate it. Cello with a $3 donation. Thank you, Cello, for your $3 donation. Final Fight is a classic, says Ondo Gamer. Yes. There it goes. There's that donation. Thank you so much, Cello. Really appreciate that. Super cool. Another one that was like crazy fun co-op was Double Dragon. I couldn't find... The only Double Dragon I have from the original is the Master System one, but I have no idea where that's at. I didn't want to tear down the room to look for it. So I basically got everything that was like in my eyesight that was like co-op games, which is part of what we do before doing like these kinds of things. So that's why we took longer, because we last minute decided to change the format and do it kind of like how we used to do with VGST, where we would take a game and we would show it off. Randrick says, always had fun playing beat-em-up games with others with friendly fire on and you end up fighting between yourselves. See, I never cared about the friendly fire. I liked it when you were just co-op, you know, and your thing was to beat everybody else up. Then, of course, in Double Dragon, you had to beat the shit out of each other to beat the game at the very end anyway. But yeah, that was always fun. Always fun. Oh, I missed all the boost things. It says purple is jumper, blue is the bomb kicker, green is the fast one, pink is the dancer. I don't remember that. Yellow kick blocks across the screen. That's right. Okay. I forgot one kicks blocks. Who's vibrating? Always had fun. Oh, speaking of Bomberman, that's right. I was going to tell you. We're doing a Bomberman charm tonight. This Bomberman right here. So any donations we get goes towards the making of this Bomberman charm, which, for those of you who've seen what our charms look like, they look like this. Here's a bonk one. Oops. Maybe I should move Bomberman out of the way. But here's a bonk one so you can see what the actual charm looks like. I made this bonk one. This one's one of the more recent charms in the very last batch of charms. Was this bonk one. So he will look just like that. What are these? Are these extras?
No, those are for Patreon people. So put them back in there.
One person bought all of these?
Yep.
Wow.
Ruben.
Oh, these are all Rubens. Oh, there it is. It says Ruben right there. Ruben bought all of these. Look at all the ones Ruben got. Holy cow. I think I'm Borderline also collects them all. So they have become quite collectible, but yes. For those of you who might be new, I make these acrylic charms. Here's some of the new ones are in here too. Like this one's one of the newer ones. Metoru, we call him Metoru-kun. And these are the people who donated. So if you donate $10, your name goes on the package of this forever. And then we reprint them. If we do another pull for the same charm, your names will still remain on there. We're just going to add the other names. So I think we could only fit, we figured, was it 12 or 14 per pack without making it look wonky?
12, I think
it was 12. Yeah, so we're probably going to, if we sell out of some of them we're not going to remake, like the Yuki one, we're not remaking. I think GS Mikami we might not remake, which is right here. Here's the GS Mikami one right there. This is, now I'm doing anime ones. These are called Anime Heroes. That's the package for them. So they all have their own unique packaging. And the Anime Heroes charms look like this. And they've got like the charm that's GS Mikami. And then on the back, we kind of made it like that, like comic book style text. Mikami. There's like the description, and then down here is the special thanks, which has Jeff Allison at the very top, which was, this was actually originally, this drawing was made for his birthday, and we turned it into a charm, but this was originally a drawing that I had made on a print for Jeff Allison's birthday. Here's another one of the new ones that we just made. This one is a Vic Viper charm. That's what it looks like. And this one is also one of the more recent charms right here. Thank you, Jeff Allison, for sharing that link. So if this one ever sells out, we'll do another pull because 3 people made this one happen. So there's plenty of room on there to add more people if we do another pull. And if you want to see who all donated to what, you can go to sarumaru.com because every charm has its own page. Right on the front page, you can see the page for every charm. And you can see everybody, whoever donated for any one of those charms.
Roger, did you receive the cotton charm?
Yep. Cotton charm and silk charm are here. So anyone who orders those who's like Print Club Elite, we can put them in your Print Club Elite thing. There's a Saru charm happening. Yeah, those got made. You want to see it? Those are made. Those are done. And we're putting them up on the shop this weekend. We're putting them up. Here is Here's the Saru charm right there. It's not focusing because of my face. We gotta get my face out of the way.
Cover your face.
You cover your face. There it goes. There it goes. That's the Saru charm. I've got an Onibro on one shoulder, a Yuki on the other shoulder, and I'm holding an Enjin-kun. And then we also have a Jessie one. Here is the
That's me.
That's Jessie. Here's the Jessie charm. I gotta hold it there for a second till it focuses.
Cover your face. Lift up your hand.
I'm covering my face.
Just lift up your hand.
There it goes. There it goes, maybe? No?
Lift up your hand. Just lift up your hand.
It doesn't want to focus. Focus. I think it's because of... I think it has something to do with the light, but this is the Jessie charm. It wants to focus. It's like trained to focus on my face.
Cover your face.
You cover your face.
Cover your face.
What do you say, I'm ugly?
Cover your face.
You're so mean.
No, with your hand.
You're so
Cover
mean.
your face with one hand and put the charm up. No.
Like that? Here, hold on. Like this?
Yes.
Is that how you want me to do it?
No.
But yes, this is the... Oops. This is the
Okay,
Jessie...
cover your face. What do
This
you...
is the Jessie charm.
Cover your... No, you gotta cover your face.
My face is not in the shot. There we go.
No,
No, that doesn't work.
you gotta cover your face.
No.
Yes, you gotta... So, what you gotta do is...
No!
Cover your face and then zoom into the charm.
You cover your face.
That's all you gotta do. Do it.
Because it's not doing it now.
Because you're not covering your face.
But yes, that is a Jessie charm. And then this is another one. This is another one that we recently made. This is, what is this guy's name? Randy from Secret of Mana. And he came out great. I love how this one looks. Super cute. Super, super cute. Really like that one. That was one of the new ones. We made a bunch of new ones. Here's the cotton one. You wanted to see Randrick. There's the cotton. Nata de cotton. She'll be going up on the shop as well very soon. These are all the new ones. The ones that are in this box are all the new ones that don't have any packaging yet because I haven't made them yet. And this is a silk charm. I think, there it is. There it is. This is silk from cotton. I love this one. I think this one came out super cute. Super cute! Kenny says, I'd buy one if I didn't already have an Umihara Kawase keychain. Nobody knows who Umihara Kawase is. Just throw it away and get yourself one of these Ranma ones. Get yourself one of these Ranma ones, Kenny Lauderdale. You know you want it. What if I make one of Nora? A Twinkle Nora Rock Me one. I was actually thinking about it because I actually really like the design of the character. It's so funny because like the character is so... I'm sorry, the character design is cool, but the animation is obviously garbage, right? It's probably like so bad, it's hilarious. But I actually thought about making a Nora one. I wonder if anyone would want one though. I'm listening, says Kenny Lauderdale.
Jason Beloy says, are you adding both Sarah and Jessie charms to the website? And cover your face, slow.
But yes, I was be one of the cool kids, Kenny Lauderdale. I was thinking about doing a Nora one for the Twinkle Nora Rock Me since I'm doing retro anime ones now. And I do really like the character design, and I think whoever created it really was infatuated with the character. But then like the animation itself was a travesty. But I like the character a lot. I love her outfit. I like the hat. I like it. So I think I'm gonna do a charm of that. If anybody in the Saru crew is interested. I don't know if anyone is. But I was thinking about doing it. GS Mikami is the first of the classic anime charms that we did, and then we did a Ranma one. So we're slowly starting to make more anime related ones, but most of them are all game related stuff. And only recently we started doing anime ones. I need to buy those charms for Jesse and Saru and Metaru-kun, says Screw the Net. We'll put them up. We'll put them up this weekend, probably tomorrow night.
My family, they said they want to buy the charms.
The charms.
So I got about like 80 people in my family, so I told them that it's limited. So
yeah, because if they don't, they're not getting any special treatment. They better buy it. Saru Crew gets the special treatment, and then everyone else just has to buy them in the shop. So I'll hold those for Screw the Net just to make sure, because I don't know. Most of those... What camera do you use? This is a Logitech Brio. It says it's a... Where's my wipey? Let me wipe it down. A Logitech Brio, which is supposed to be like...
one of the best webcams.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a pretty good webcam. I think maybe it's just my lighting, or maybe the autofocus option. I'm not sure.
These cameras aren't good for focus. It said on the website. They're not good for focusing stuff. This is just more like point and...
Yeah, so every time I show something, it gets all weird until autofocus catches up. Man, slow day today. Are a lot of people streaming tonight?
Yep.
Is that what's happening?
But everyone who's here, we care about you.
I know. I didn't want to sound like an ass. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people are streaming tonight. Looks like... Jesus. Looks like So Radical Reggie is streaming. My Little Pixel is streaming. Ryan Ishida is streaming. Alucard 2089. And then...
Transfer says yes, but it's good quality. Says Transfer.
Yeah, a bunch of people are streaming tonight. Whole lot of streaming happening tonight. Is offering fan art on Patreon generally a-okay? I doubt anyone cares about Nora, but I've never even thought about it. What do you mean offering fan art, like selling fan art, like prints and stuff? Usually it's fine. Not like anybody even cares about certain licenses too, but yeah, but for the most part fan art is okay. The only time it's not okay is if you take a print of something and then sell it. Like you make a print of something that someone else made and then sold that. But if it's something that you created, that you drew yourself of something else, or you hired someone to draw for you, you can offer that as a reward. So a lot of patrons what they'll do is the people who have the Patreons that are about stuff, there's one, I forget his name, but he does a lot of Overwatch streaming and stuff, and so he hired artists off of DeviantArt or Fiverr or whatever, right, to make him art so that he can print. And so the artist already knows that it's for commercial use, and the artist tacks on whatever more dollars, right? Some artists will be like, oh, I'll do you a commission for $60, but if you want it for commercial use, they'll charge you $120, right? Because they know that you're going to be making money off that print. And so then that person can use it because they've commissioned someone to make that art already. But if you're taking art that's already made and making prints of that, that's a no-no.
That's stealing.
That's plagiarism! This is the Lord God made some nice, I don't know how to pronounce that, teats, and I photo them. Plagiarism! Not quite the same. Cyberpunk, I suspect. Oh, that's where everyone is at, is Cyberpunk? Could be, I don't know. I did get a bunch of new subs, though, from Mad Little Pixel. He shot me out and even showed my channel in his video and everything. So, big thanks to Mad Little Pixel. If you guys see him, or he's live right now. Just tell him he's a cool guy, because I got 50 new subs thanks to him. And it feels good when other YouTubers care about more than just themselves, right? That's the thing with a lot of YouTubers is most of the time they only care about themselves, but it's nice when a bigger guy like him actually takes the time to shout out a little guy like me. It really helps. Plagiarism on them. How do you pronounce that? What is Neutsch? What does that mean? Is that nice? I don't understand your speak. Screw the net. Anyway, back to the games. I went into charm about tangents. Anyway, any donations we get today are going towards making this little guy into a charm. $10 gets your name on the package. $20 gets your name on the package and the charm as well. Or if it gets funded, you can just buy it later for $10 on sarumaru.com. And then we're all dead. Sarumaru 4K sub special soon. Yeah, I'm still like 400 away, which is not gonna happen.
Makoto says he had to give you a shout out. I mean, you sold them on the Polymega. Lol.
I think I sold everyone on the Polymega, and that's why a lot of people unsubbed. We after every time the last Polymega delay happened, we lost a bunch of subs because I assumed a lot of people were subbed for Polymega news, and I guess those people who were mad about the Polymega unsubbed because we got something like, I don't remember, we got hundreds of people because of Polymega. Nice. Okay, that's how you say it. I couldn't. Okay, makes sense now. It's like noise, you silly personage. Okay, I get it. But yeah, so we got hundreds of subs because of Polymega stuff. So losing 20, 30 people, I guess, is not so bad, but I would have preferred not to lose anybody. But that's okay because I've already gotten like 50 subs from Mad Little Pixel. So thanks to Mad Little Pixel. Just my own spin on it. Nice. That's funny. That's hilarious. Nice. God, my mouth is like super dry. Can you do me a favor? Can you grab me something to drink?
Yes, here you go. Oh, we got a donation.
Sorry, Mari. If you unsubscribe from Saru, you die, Face. Thank you, Face. That is donation from Face. He has donated $8. Thank you so much, Face. We are now at $11. Ken Lauder says, those were trash subs. They weren't here for you. Who needs them? That's right. That's true. I mean, they were here for the thing, right? Like, for the Polymega. So, I guess, once I stopped talking... Yay! Sugar! I got sugar. Once I stopped talking about Polymega entirely, those people would have left anyway. Or forgotten that they had subbed. That's kind of what I was hoping. My goal is to reach 10,000 subs. I don't care when. It took me 3 years to get to 3,000, so it's probably going to take me another 5 years to get to 10,000. By then, Teespring is probably gone anyway, but it would be nice if I did hit 10,000, just so I can get, the merch shelf. So I don't have to constantly, remind people that I have a merchandise store. Because that's where all of my, YouTube money comes from, is from product, from my charms, my shirts. I don't really make any money off of YouTube directly because even the donation money, we don't keep the donation money. We put it back into something. We either put it back into making charms, and before that, we put it back into buying equipment. Like we bought a computer with Patreon money. We bought the camera, so we put it back. Polycarons, rest in peace, says Ando Gamer. Jesse wants to make that shirt with the Polycaron.
I take it when I go shopping.
Yep. Who unsubs? I don't think I have ever unsubbed to anyone. People do. And I guess because, with the Polymega thing, I'm guessing they're upset because of Polymega, and I guess it's my fault that it got delayed. You put all the donation money into the manhole, says Pabst. Let's see here. Anyway, let's get back to the games. I totally got sidetracked. Here's one. Let's talk about a couple of Jesse's.
Wait, James Malloy says, I ordered my Polymega before I started watching you here. But even if you were the one that convinced me and the Polymega disintegrated, it would have nothing to do with you or your great content.
Thank you, James Malloy. I appreciate that. That's awesome.
I have to say it.
Very cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for doing that. Kane Lauder says, I only unsub when I have no idea what the channel is that I'm sub to. I've done that before, and sometimes they'll start uploading stuff, and I'm like, when did I ever... What is this? When did I sub to this? And I think that happens because sometimes people change the focus of their channel, to something else, I guess. Oh, I didn't know that. I will definitely buy a couple charms. says screw the net. Yeah, usually that's what we do. That's usually what we do with donation money. Is we with the ones we do pools for. If we do a big charm like the large charms, those we do like $100 pool, and then we do $60 pools for the small ones. And that's pretty much to cover what it's going to cost to make the charm, along with Streamlabs or YouTube's cut for whatever. So we really don't see anything from these donations, but we do see them in the sales. So that's where we make some money, is because when we sell a charm, we'll make like $4 or $5 a charm. If we sell a shirt, we make $4 or $5 a shirt. So pretty much we make $4 or $5 for every item that we sell.
We also give money to our helper. We can't say her name.
Right, and we also give money to the girl who helps us out with some of the stuff. And she wasn't too happy recently, so because of something that happened, I decided to make some charms elsewhere, and she wasn't too happy with that. But then I explained that I still need to make, like, the other place doesn't do like the small charms, so we still need to make all the small charms there. Or if we need like something like a rush order, she's still going to help us with it. So there was a bit of a falling out for a minute too, and it had to do with like the Valis charms, because some people wanted like the double-sided charms, and so we went to another place that was more expensive, and it turned into a big thing. I don't really want to get into it right now.
Yeah, we should.
But I don't think she's watching, but I don't want to talk about it. I didn't know that. I will definitely buy a couple charms to screw the net. Alright, any Saru Crew people, any music requests? Let me know. Paps said Jackie Chan. We listened to all of Jackie Chan. So any Saru Crew people want to talk about stuff. Alright, we're moving on to the Super Nintendo. This one is a Jesse pick for his multiplayer. One of his favorite multiplayer experiences was Secret of Mana, or Seiken Densetsu 2. Face says Mega Man 2. We can do Mega Man 2. Mega Man 2. Mega Man 2. But yeah, pretty much if we sell something, we usually make like $4 or $5 off of everything we sell. That includes the Teespring stuff. But most of the stuff is like $4 markup on Teespring. $4, $5 on the Teespring shop. What the hell? There's no Mega Man 2? What kind of shit is that? There it is. There's a Sega Master System OST? The fuck? The fuck? Meow, 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 meow. I'm gonna lower this a bit because chiptunes is usually like really loud and jarring. Alright, but yes, this is one of Jesse's choices here. This is Seiken Densetsu 2, Secret of Mana 2, which is cool. Speaking of the Polymega, it lets us play this in the original intended translation version of it, as opposed to the translation that we got. Which I don't know what, I didn't play the game extensively to be like, oh, that's not what they're saying, you know, like I don't know enough about it. But yeah, that was Jesse's there. Oh my god, Transfer donated $39! $39. Thank you. Thank you. That's funny because in Japanese, if you say san in Q, it sounds like thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see here. Thank you so much, Transfer, with the generous donation.
JT's here.
Thank you, Transfer.
JT says, can I play co-op with you, Jesse? Yes, you can.
Yes, come over. JT is here. Did you see this, JT? Hold on. Don't go away. Don't go away. Look at this, JT. Look at this guy. I showed him off earlier when I was showing off all the charms. I know you would appreciate this one for sure. There we go. Nice and sharp. I think the camera just doesn't like some of the charms.
Yeah.
This one shows up super clear and fine. But yeah, this is one of the last batch of charms that we got. And then we'll start doing voting again. Pretty much we're going to leave the voting up to, back to the Saru Crew people to get to vote. Beautiful, says JT. Yes. And that is, thank you. That is Jesse's game choice as well. There is Randy. That's the character I just showed you right there. I mean, JT knows, but everybody else, anyone who's not familiar.
It's pretty cool that you could.
Why is this track 3 minutes? Let's.
You can play 3 players.
Yeah, if you have the tap, you can play 3 players.
But it kind of sucks.
Does it?
Because sometimes when you play 3 players, like everyone can open up their menu and it stops the game. It's like.
Oh, really?
Come on, yeah, stop it! Yeah.
Oh, that would get annoying, right? Like if everyone's like checking the menu every 5 seconds. And then of course there's the remake. Jesse just grabbed this off the shelf, the PS4 remake of Seiken Densetsu 2 or Secret of Mana. Right here, which he also completed. Is this one multiplayer too, Jesse?
I don't know. I don't think I.
Yeah, it is. It says 1 to 3 players.
Sweet.
Very cool. I wonder how they handled that with the menu thing. I wonder if it's the same way where like anyone could just pause it and it's just like.
Because when you go to the menu, the whole screen just pauses. And it's like,
does it?
It's like it's okay when it's one player, but when you're having other people playing it, like I need a candy, and it stops gameplay, and you have to wait.
Yeah, I wonder if they did the same. Do you think they did
I
the
don't
same
remember.
thing?
I mean, I remember playing it. I think it's the same.
Miami Sunrise says, I never played that remake. I love the original so much.
Miami Sunrise, it feels the same. It feels like
just with different graphics?
Yeah.
And music, but you could also play the, you could also play it with the original music as well. Yusunku, my battleship. Battleship. Let's see here. Alright, just making sure I didn't miss anybody's things. Seiken Densetsu 2 is awesome. Recently beat the game on PS4, says Randrick. Very cool. Alright. Next is back to the Super Nintendo's Super Famicom. That's this here. This is Ganbare Goemon, but I originally played this as Legend of the Mystical Ninja in America. This was Legend of the Mystical Ninja. I absolutely love this game. And this game really did require you to play cooperatively because there were some parts where it was easier if you relied on the other person. There's many moving platform areas where if you don't do it together, you just die. And one of them is like, there's like these like moving platforms that are like these like the clacky ball things. So in this game, what you could do is you can hop on the other player's back, and then the one player can just do those parts. So you're relying on them not to kill you both. But I loved playing this game, and it was a lot of fun playing cooperatively. God, the Japanese covers are so much cuter than what we got here. I don't know if you guys remember the cover for the US one, but it looked creepy. Like Goemon looked weird. He looked super weird, and he was riding on a very realistic tiger. And then you look at this cover, and it's all cute and shit. You got like cute little puffball things and guys wearing those what are those Hyotoko masks? Hyotoko is like ugly man mask is what those are. And then a little monkey, a little Sarus.
Naveed is here.
Oh my gosh, welcome Naveed. Naveed says hello, welcome. My Cobra Strike Down is here too, welcome. He says, hey, I have that game. This game is so much fun. I love this game. The music in this game is so good. Then that's probably what I'm going to play as far as music goes after we listen to some Mega Man.
Jeff Allison says, now they have the English translations for all 4 Goemon games on the SFC.
Nice. I still have... The ones that I have, the SFC ones... How many were there? There were 3 of them? Were there 3 of them? I have Ganbare Goemon. This is Yukihime... I can't read the rest of it. Yukihime... Something. I can't read the kanjis. But it's something like Yukihime Goes Missing, I guess. This is the one that's just Mystical Ninja. And then the other one is that I have is Kira Kira Dochu. Yeah, that's the other one that I have is Kira Kira Dochu Dansa ni Natte. I wanna be the dancer or something like that. The titles are always like weird. But I love this game co-op. It was so good.
JT says, can you play some Escantos?
Eschatos. Es Chatos, I sure can, JT.
Let me write it down.
We will play that after we listen to a couple of Mega Man tracks, some choice ones. Man, all of these are 3 minutes. We don't need to listen to each one of these tracks for 3 minutes. Here's Bibble Man. Still recovering in pain, but I'm here. Still recovering from surgery. What happened, Cobra Strike Down?
Yeah, he was saying it yesterday. I forgot what surgery he got.
I guess I missed that. The Goemon characters all got turned into Yu-Gi-Oh cards. That's awesome. Well, not surprised though, because Konami makes it. Ultra Mega Man, says Beakerman. Welcome, Beakerman. Makoto K says, I was never able to get Mystical Ninja SNES around here back in my day. My theory is that they didn't import any because the cover art was the fuel of nightmares. That's possible. I was so eagerly waiting for the US release of Mystical Ninja just because it was cheaper to not import games. Though I did import games that I thought would never come here, but I knew that one was going to come to America thanks to EGN. They were talking about the game coming out here. So I held out until the game came out in America and I bought it brand new at a Toys R Us. All Mega Man songs are great. Rebel Man stage song is pretty great. Yeah, I love a lot of, I love all the Mega Man songs. Pretty much 1 through 3 are my jam when it comes to the Mega Man games and the music. Love 1 through 3. Alright, next on the list, more Super Famicom. This one is another Jesse pick. Is
mine.
Co-op stuff. These are the Donkey Kong Country games. Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong Country 2. We also have 3, but I guess he doesn't like that one.
I don't really like 3.
But Donkey Kong Country 2, 1 and 2 are his choices. His co-op choices that he played a lot with friends growing up. I didn't really play a whole lot of Donkey Kong Country. I didn't really get into them back then. Just because, like, I don't know. I just never got into them. Because I was so into, like, PC Engine around this time, I think. And, like, Neo Geo and stuff, like, around this time. It was, like, PC Engine, Neo Geo. PC Engine, Neo Geo. Did you guys get those DK Country games in Japan? Yeah, I think so, right? They came from, like, the bargain bin. Yeah, we got them all for, like, super cheap, too.
They're 100 yen each.
100 yen. We got each one of these for 100 yen. I think not all at the same place, right? Like,
no. 2
of them were at Surugaya, and then 1 was somewhere else.
The one was in Book Off.
Book Off. I was going to say Book Off.
But they were super dirty. I had to clean them. They still look dirty, but...
Yeah, and we had to clean them because they were in the junk bin. So technically they either they test them and it didn't work and they threw them in junk. Or...
Yeah, it didn't work. I had to open it up.
Yeah, but once we cleaned them, Jesse opened them and cleaned them really good, and they work now. They all work now. The same thing with that Mystical Ninja. That one didn't work. But that one I didn't buy a Book Off. I got that at PRGE for $5 at a booth. Did you... I read that. Abscess went bad. Developed a drainage hole and they had to cut it open so it would seal closed on its own. Ah, that sounds painful. I'm sorry to hear that. But I hope for a speedy recovery, Mr. Cobra. Mr. Cobra. Speaking of Mr. Cobra, I know Mr. Cobra is a Ranma fan. Did you see my Ranma charm? Were you here for that? When I showed this song? I don't know if you really are a Ranma fan. I just know that in the beginning of your videos, I hear the OVA music. I hear the OVA music for Ranma, so I figured you were a Ranma fan. Focus, you stupid camera. Why won't you focus on my Ranma? But yeah, I know that's the music from the OVA Ranmas. Use deoxit on the contacts. It removes oxygen damage from the insides. That's a good tip, Mr. Lauderdale. I'll have to remember that. Oh wow, nice. Yes, big fan. Fave. A whole closet of Ranma VHS tapes. See, I used to have a bunch of them. I used to have a bunch of the the Viz Ranma VHS tapes. But I didn't have, so I was poor, so I would only get like the ones that I could get, and then I would boot like, because when growing up there was a lot of Ranma fans in my high school, so I would copy some, I would buy some, and then later on, once I got a job, I started buying more of them. But in the early days, most of them were copies. I think I only had one tape from season 1, one tape from season 2, and the rest I used to copy from this girl who used to buy everything. She bought everything Ranma all the time, but she had, like, her parents had money, so they always bought Ranma. I do have these that I recently got right here. This is the Ranma 1/2 LD box. This one basically has the laser discs for Ni Hao My Concubine and what is it called? What was the second movie called? That's the second movie. Big Trouble in Nekonlam, China. That was the first one. In Japanese, they're called something completely different. But yeah, Big Trouble in Nekonlam, China, Ni Hao My Concubine are in here, along with other stuff. I haven't opened this because it's new. I haven't opened this this set yet. Because I bought it new, and the set's now worth like 4 times what it cost me. So I'm so reluctant to open it because it's like $250 now. So I don't know. And it comes with 2 gigantic posters. Like the posters this comes with are huge. Oh man, but back in the day it sold for 19,223 yen. For this, so yeah, it was expensive back in the day. I paid like $50 for that set. Keep it nice unless you have a player to play them on. Yeah, I have like 2 players and a laser active, but my laser active still needs. I don't know. Let me point this over there. You're gonna see my messy closet. Do you guys see up there? That's my laser active. Right there. And then a bunch of shit in the closet because that closet's full of junk.
We're tearing down the closet.
Yeah, we're gonna tear it down and put a shelf. We're gonna put shelving in there, I think, in that closet.
Well, you can't zoom.
Okay. I was trying to see if I could zoom, but yeah, I got a laser active in there as well. But it needs some fuses changed in it because the pickup lens. Well, I need to find which fuse powers the pickup lens because the laser is shooting, but it's not adjusting. So there's a fuse that needs to be replaced that makes the pickup lens work again. I just don't know which fuse it is. But I'm sad because that was what I used to watch anime in the game room while I would work and watch anime in here with that laserdisc player. But I don't want to move the other one. The other one's connected to another TV, and they're just heavy too heavy. My other one is a Mitsubishi player that I bought many years ago, and I'm not sure how it still works, but it does. Let's see here. I found. I missed a lot of comments. Oh man, sounds. Thanks, man. Oh wow, nice. Yes, big fan. Whole closet of Ranma VHS tapes. I found them. Tape by tape over time. Later seasons are so rare. Cobra Strike Down says, I love Laserdiscs. I did a whole episode, a Saturday episode like this one where I talk about games, but instead it was all my Laserdiscs. I talked about all my Japanese Laserdiscs.
JT asks, is Ninja Warriors considered a co-op game? The PS4 version.
Ninja Warriors, the new one? Is it 2 players? Is the Ninja Warriors 2 players? I don't remember. I guess it would be if it's 2 players. I only played that one by myself. I don't play a lot of co-op games too much, but we're going to play some tonight, actually. But anyhow, what did I show you guys just last here? What game? Mystical Ninja. Alright, here's another one. This one's a Jesse pick as well. But I love playing this cooperatively in the arcade as well. This is Joe and Mac. Tatakae Genshi Jin, which is the subtitle of the game. Joe and Mac, Tatakae Genshi Jin, which is like fight prehistoric man. And part Part 2 came out in America as Congo's Caper, but in Japan, Part 2 is Tatakai Genshi Jin 2. And then Part 2, as we know it, is actually Tatakai Genshi Jin 3. But this one is Jesse's pick for another favorite co-op game that he liked playing as a kid growing up. Transfer is curious. There are lots of Japanese imports that are sought after over here. Are there any US only releases sought after in Japan? I doubt it, but I'm just wondering. So, not necessarily, but import games that are cheap here sell for a lot in Japan for whatever reason. Like, any store that has like an import section with American games, they're usually more expensive. Like they're like 2 or 3 times more. So they don't get a lot of import stuff, but I noticed that like all the stores that had import games sold them for a lot. So I think in general they're just kind of more, because it's more common for us to have a bunch of Japanese stuff than it is to for them to have a bunch of stuff from America. I believe it's way more common for us to import than it is for them to import. I think it's a lot less common for Japan to import. Good game, says Cobra Strike Down with Joe and Mac. And then next and the last one I have for Super NES that I'm going to talk about. And these are just like a few games, right? Not like every single co-op game that I ever played. But this one was a fun one. Darius Twin on the Super Nintendo. This is actually one of the first Super NES games that I played. I think it was, I want to say it was not in the very first 6 launch games that came out, but like the very next set of games that came out, I believe was a Darius game. But Darius Twin, man, I loved this game. This was actually my first Darius game. I never played or heard of Darius before this. I never played in the arcades. I never knew what Darius was. I never played Sagaya or whatever on the Master System. Never. This was my first experience with a Darius game was this one right here. So then when I played the Darius 2 demo on the PC Engine, on that same one where I told you I played the Bomberman demo, there's also a Super Darius 2 demo on that same demo that I played back in 1993. I was like, why is this one player? And apparently almost all of the Darius games were one player. That's why this one had the title of Twin. But later on they started making them all 2 players, right? Simultaneous. Let's see here. Naveed says, was thinking the same thing, Jay, about Wild Guns is a good co-op game too. Yes, Wild Guns is. But is it me or is the Switch version of Wild Guns really hard? Maybe I just suck at it now, but for whatever reason I thought that it was super, super hard. Yeah, Poppin' Twinbee is a good one. I thought about talking about that, but I don't really have any nostalgic memories with Poppin' Twinbee, so I didn't grab it. But I do have it, but I didn't buy that until later, so I never got to play that extensively co-op with anybody. But here's Wild Guns for the Switch. I did play a good bit of the original one, but like I said, I feel like this one, I don't know, maybe I'm smoking, maybe I'm just getting old, but I feel like this one is harder. JT says, Wild Guns is balls hard. Sorry. Yeah, and the original one was hard, but is this one harder? I feel like this one is harder than it was. And I don't have the original one anymore to verify if it was or not. But, yeah, that was a good co-op game for sure. Cobra Strike Down says, was very surprised when I lived in Japan to see N64 was super unpopular there. Very much looked down on. Got a new sealed Hori controller for 1,500 yen. Yeah, and N64 is always super cheap in Japan too. Like, you can get, like, games are super cheap. It's so easy. Like, if you wanted to collect for N64 in Japanese, it would be so easy to do it because the games are so cheap. And I have no interest in N64, even knowing that I can get the games for super cheap in Japan. It's just I have no interest. No interest because N64 sucks. I played so much Rival Turf and Brawl Brothers. Yes, man, I loved Rival Turf. Even though Rival Turf was like a crap Final Fight to most people, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed Rival Turf. I would have talked about. I don't have it. Otherwise, I would have talked about that one. But yeah, Rival Turf. Rival Turf was fun. I enjoyed those Jalico beat 'em ups. They were different, right? They was just different, and like beat 'em ups are just great. They're great fun. I loved it. And 64 is a pretty garbage console. Yeah, it's pretty shit. It is pretty shit. Yeah, but for reals, Rival Turf and Brawl Brothers, that's some stuff. Dude, I really liked Rival Turf. I remember when it came out too, like the cover was so janky, corny. And then we rented it, right? Like with a friend, and I was like, hey, it's not bad. We enjoyed it, we had fun with it. We played it, and we had fun. We had fun playing with it. Turtles in Time is always a good time with friends. Yes, God, it's so good. I had a Super Famicom one, and I borrowed it to someone. I never got it back. And I've been meaning to replace it, but I haven't been able to find like a good price on it. But I'd be happy just buying a cartridge only because I didn't keep the box for it anyway, so it would be the same. But yeah, I loved Turtles in Time. Turtles in Time was so good. So fun. Good two-player fun. And I had the Super Famicom cart forever. Since the days. Rival Turf's cover looked like the cover of How to Breakdance on VHS tape. It really did. There has to be some gens on N64 though. Yeah, there's Sin and Punishment, right? Let's see, what else? Mischief Makers. And then Cobra Strike Down says F-Zero X and Wave Race 64. I never knew so much. You know whose video I watched on Wave Race that made me realize how deep Wave Race is, and I'd never realized it? Naveed, who's in the chat, who just said Turtles in Time. Naveed did a video on Wave Race that was really in depth, and I learned more about Wave Race from that video. There it is. That's the first thing that came up when I looked up his thing. Watch this video he did on Wave Race. If I can freaking copy the thing, I have too much going on here. Watch this Wave Race video right there. Watch it! Especially if you're not too familiar with Wave Race, especially watch it. But, yeah. I realized that Wave Race was something a lot more no problem, man. I mean it though. That video was super informative about it. Like I said, I know more about that. I know more about Wave Race than I ever would have known had I not watched that video. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to watch it now. Because if that means that you guys are going to leave. Don't leave me! I have separation anxiety. But yeah, make sure you guys bookmark that or whatever and watch it later. It's a good watch. Alright, let's look for... really quick here. Bear with me just one moment. I don't know what I was looking for. There it is. Alright. We're gonna listen to some Chatos. This was JT's music request. I'll check it out later on mobile. Okay, yes, it's very hard. What are you saying about? Did you ever play Star Soldier 64? I didn't. I never owned an N64. It's the one console I refused to buy. I was really mad at Nintendo when it came out. And I was also super, super deep into Saturn and PlayStation at that time. That like N64 was always seen as like the kids' console in that timeline. Obviously now we're all grown up, we know differently, but back when yeah, Ishat was the shmup. But growing up, it wasn't something that you said you played. Like, the people in my age group, there wasn't a single person in my... and maybe this is like a California thing, but I was... Like, my circle of friends, we were all RPG players, import game players, beat-em-up game players. We didn't play N64. N64 was like the little brother, little sister console, right? We knew one guy in our group who had it, and he had it because it was his little brother's. His little brother was 10, and they got him an N64, and he was a PlayStation guy. And did you burn the popcorn? What does that smell? It smells like burning. Oh, these Asian snack things, I like these. A pretzel and a
I love burnt popcorn, by the way.
It smells gross. Smells gross. I was a Saturn fanboy. I wanted to be Team Saturn on launch. I just couldn't afford it. And I ended up getting a PlayStation.
I love the N64. I played the shit out of like.
Yeah, but you were a kid. Because you're younger than me, so when around the time that it was popular, you're pretty much the demographic.
Yeah.
You know, people your age were the demographic. I was like 16, 17. We were all too old for the N64, and we were all a group who played fighting games, right? We were always like Street Fighter Alpha and like King of Fighters. You know, we were playing all the fighting games, a lot of beat 'em ups, mostly fighting games though. So like, nobody really played N64 back then in LA. In my group of friends or people that I knew, Killer N64 was very disappointing since Cobra Strike Down. But yeah, I wanted to be Team Saturn. As soon as the Model 2s came out, though, I made sure to get one. I got one, and Electronics Boutique was having this crazy-ass sale on Saturn stuff. It was my first internet device. I didn't have a computer, but I was Team PlayStation until the Model 2s came out. Once the Model 2s came out, I jumped on the Saturn boat. And it was Saturn hardcore. Like, I still like PlayStation a lot, right? But like, now I had Saturn stuff, and, you know, I had access to things like X-Men vs. Street Fighter, King of Fighters. Like, it was amazing. It was amazing. An amazing experience. And I had access to the internet. Because I didn't have a computer. I love the Model 1 so much. I know I have a Japanese Model 1 now, right? Like, after the fact. But growing up, I always wanted one. Another thing I always really wanted was a Neo Geo CD. I always wanted a Neo Geo CD. I bought the Neo Geo CD magazines from the same bookstore. I got like all of those like PC Engine demos. I bought the Neo Geo Maniac, Neo Geo Freak magazine, all about the Neo Geo CD. I bought the all catalog. Like, in my mind, I was telling myself, oh yeah, I'm gonna get a Neo Geo CD. But that was a fucking pipe dream because they were like $500. I eventually did get a Neo Geo CD at the beginning of 1999, which was many years later down the line. But I really wanted the Neo Geo CD. Even knowing about the load times, I always wanted one. And I always told myself, oh, I'm going to get one. Never did get one. But I was happy with the Saturn. Because the Saturn eventually got, like, the ports were amazing on the Saturn, so no regrets, really. And I still managed to get a Neo Geo CD in 1999, and that's how I have almost a complete set, is because a lot of these I was already collecting way long time. So stuff that was, like, super expensive back then, I got for really cheap, right? Like, Ninja Masters cost me $30, and I think Ninja Masters is, like, well over $100 now. Saruman, when you say you were playing Saturn, you mean the Japanese Saturn? So, I had an American Saturn. I had an American Saturn Model 2 when I was a kid. When the Model 2s came out, I bought one. And the way I played Japanese games on the Saturn was with a Japanese converter cart that I had to play Japanese games. But when I played RAM cart games, I had to do something very tricky with the Saturn, where I had the converter cart, right, like the region converter cart, and then the RAM cart. And so I would have to boot up the Saturn with the converter cart, And right when it went to the now licensed by Sega Enterprises screen, I quickly had to rip out the cart and put in the 4 meg RAM cart before the system read that it didn't have the RAM cart, because it won't boot up. Obviously, the games won't boot up unless you have the RAM cart, and you have to do it at boot. So I did that so much with my Model 2 that I eventually burnt out the cartridge slot on it. On my Model 1 Sega Saturn, I burnt that out because I was doing that. I did that trick for like 3 years, probably like 2 or 3 years, and eventually the cartridge slot just stopped working. But I became so used to doing it that way, you know, before I got a mod chip. But even after that, the next thing that came was the Action Replay. I ended up replacing the drive. In the late 90s, I bought a broken Saturn for the purpose of fixing my original Saturn. So I did.
How did you figure that out? The whole swapping.
It was just common knowledge. Everybody knew, yeah. Like people, because back then, like everyone was importing Saturn because a lot of people were buying like the boots. I had no way to play bootlegs back then, but somehow people were playing them. I was buying original games when I could, but I had a job, so I was able to buy stuff at that time. I was already 16, 17. I was already working by that time. So I was buying all my own stuff. I was 15 when I started working with a school program called Clean and Green, where like you cleaned up graffiti on the freeway. And then I got like a normal job. And then I've been working ever since, pretty much.
In LA?
In LA. Until I moved to Vegas. So you yanked the cartridge so much your Saturn went blind. Got it. Yep. David says, I always wish... Cobra Strike does the same. The Z haunted my dreams. The CDZ? Dude, the CDZ is like... That was the rich man's Neo Geo CD. I actually eventually got one, but only recently. My Neo Geo CD I got maybe like 5 years ago, maybe. So, fairly recent purchase. But hey, you got almost a complete Neo Geo CD set. I do now, yeah. I got a lot of my Neo Geo CD games trading PSP games too. Like back when PSP was a thing, I started trading a bunch of Neo Geo PSP games for Neo Geo CDs from a person called KitKit or KitKit.com on Neo Geo. Let's see here. But you had access to Japanese games. I'm personally not a fan of US Saturn. The Japanese Saturn has so much better games. Yes. So we had we had access to Japanese games. Software Etc. and Electronics Boutique, they were like the same company. They carried import Saturn stuff back when it was like popular. And it was an amazing thing because import games were always so out of reach, right? Like you had to like order them from shops, or you had to go to specific import game shops. You didn't think, oh, Software Etc. I'm going to go buy Radiant Silvergun. You didn't think that. You had to... Back then, import shops had to come from import specialty shops. You know, Japan Video Games, Die Hard Games, you know, like those places. So, the fact that Electronics Boutique and Software Etc. had Japanese games brand new blew my mind. And I still, to this day, I don't know what or how they got the chain got access to Japanese Saturn stuff. But they were doing it in Cali and they were doing it here in Vegas. And it was amazing. It was amazing that they were able to sell that stuff, because I bought so many things. I bought the Samurai Showdown 3 and 4 pack, the King of Fighters. First I bought the King of Fighters 95 by itself, the 97 by itself, and then I bought the compilation and sold one of them and gave away one of the copies of 97 that I have. I bought Dracula X, the Saturn Dracula X I actually bought that twice, because not recently, but sometime later I rebought Dracula X for the Sega Saturn as well. Cobra Strike says, we didn't have import shops on the East Coast where I lived as a kid. Really? Where on the East Coast were you? Ronaldo Ruiz says, good vibes. Welcome, Ronaldo, to the stream. If you're new, please subscribe. we do a lot of video game related shit here.
Thank you.
Sweet Like Sugar says, living in the Midwest, I never saw a Japanese import game in the wild in the 90s. Yeah, I bet, right? Like on the West Coast, like coast cities is probably easier. All over LA, there was lots of places that carried imports.
I only saw them in like the flea markets.
I know, isn't that weird? Like sometimes, like I used to go to like the swap meet, the Sundown swap meet, which was like a drive-in that had swap meet on the weekends, and I would go and find like pirated Famicom games and like Super Famicom carts loose. Like I guess other people who bought them and just decided to sell them or something. And that was in the 90s too. I would find import games in the swap meet.
My dad bought me a Nintendo game. I forgot what the game it was. We put it in. It was a different game. I'm like, what the
really?
hell?
It was a Japanese game or something? What do you mean it was a Nintendo game?
We always thought it was
like a pirated game.
It was a pirated game. It was in Chinese.
Ah, yeah, there was lots of those.
Well, I don't know. Now that I think about it, it could have been Japanese, but you know.
Well, the pins are different, so it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work if it was obviously a Chinese boot probably of something for the NES. I don't know why either, but flea markets and local shops have the weirdest import games. Isn't that weird? Like sometimes you get like, what the hell? Like it makes you do a double take because you're like, how did this end up here? That says the 80s was when stuff began slowly coming over, but the mid to late 80s, 90s made it legit from games to anime. Yeah. I remember, so I had a Famicom really early on, right? Like my mom was boning some guy who gave her a really smoke stained. She says she got it from a pawn shop, but she didn't. She was boning some guy, and the guy gave it to her for her kid, which was me. And the Famicom was so stinky. I remember it smelled. The smell of smoke was so strong that I don't even know how many cigarettes you would have to smoke to make the plastic smell like this. And it's funny too, because like we washed it with a toothbrush. Like we took a toothbrush to it and we tried to like wash it, and it just, no matter what, it always stunk. So like people would be like, let's play your stinky Nintendo thing, because it was always so smelly. But it's funny because we got a Nintendo and then she got the Famicom, and so we used to buy pirated Chinese pirated Famicom carts when I was a kid for $10 and $20 from a place called Dynasty Plaza. I think it was called Dynasty Plaza on Broadway in LA, in a little tiny shop. And I remember because they used to sell all kinds of pirated porn too. And the guy's like, "You want to buy some of these?" I was like, "I'm 10."
I'm 10. For sure. And
sometimes we bought porn. It happened, but usually if I had money, I wasn't gonna spend it on porn, right? I would spend it on pirated Famicom games, and I still have a few of the pirated Famicom games. I don't know if I have them handy somewhere.
I can just imagine you. Famicom or porn?
I know. Famicom game porn. Famicom game porn.
Oh.
Well, hey kid, here's some porn. It was Chinatown in the early 90s, right? We're talking like 1990, like 89, 90, 91 time, right? So like things were different back then. Like people didn't care.
Where are they? I only found one. That's it.
No, that's a real one. Anyway, the point is, I used to buy a bunch of Japanese, or not Japanese, pirated Famicom games. Dude, I bought it when I was growing up in LA and growing up pretty poor. A lot of stuff was pirated. Like all my PS1 games, almost all of them were pirate games. That's okay. You're gonna end up making a mess for them. Besides, I showed them off on the channel before. Most people have seen my pirated games. I eventually broke that stinky Famicom trying to do something so stupid. Like I don't know. I was dumb. I did a lot of stupid shit, but I eventually broke it. Yeah, the 99,999 carts. None of those weren't like a thing until later. Actually, those carts, there weren't any of those multi carts, or at least the place I bought them from didn't have any. They were like single games on multi carts. But anyway, back to the conversation on. We like totally like straight off, didn't we? But some more multiplayer games. Speaking of Neo Geo CD, The Neo Geo was an awesome system to play some two-player co-op games. This one was awesome. I loved playing this co-op. I remember when I first got... It's funny thing is I did not play this in the arcade a lot. I played it a few times, never played a co-op in the arcade, but this was one of my first Neo Geo CD purchases, was this one right here. Top Hunter was one of the very first Neo Geo CD games I got, and me and one of my friends, who I still talk to, would play the absolute shit out of this game together. And it's so much fun. The game is fun, it looks great, music is great, sound is great, and we played a shit ton of that. Another game that was really good, not this one, where is it? I picked the wrong one up. Another one that was really good, that was awesome co-op, was BAM! Metal Slug. Metal Slug, man. Metal Slug 2. Metal Slug 2 was awesome co-op action. And this, actually, I played a good deal of Metal Slug 2 in the arcade. And then this is actually a recent... This one here is a recent Neo Geo CD purchase. I didn't have this for the Neo Geo CD. The only reason I grabbed this is because I played a shit ton of Metal Slug 2 in the arcade with friends, but I actually didn't pick up this copy until recent. The only reason I grabbed this to show is because it's the only physical version of this game that I own is this one, but I used to play this in the arcade with friends. I didn't have this one until much, much later. And here's another one, actually, that I played both in the arcades with friends and at home on the Neo Geo CD. This one was also a really early game for me on the Neo Geo CD. I loved this game. This one was probably in my first, I want to say my first 6 games. God, I don't remember. I have so many games, but this was one of the early games that I bought, was Mutation Nation. In 1999. But before 1999, I used to play a shit ton of it in the arcade. I love playing it in the arcade. The game is pretty hard, and it's kind of cheap, but most Neo Geo beat-em-ups are. I had so much fun with that one. Robo Army is a better beat-em-up game on the Neo Geo CD, but I didn't own Robo Army either until recently. I recently bought Robo Army. So I have no nostalgia for Robo Army. Otherwise, I would have grabbed that as well. But that's why that's not in this pile, because I didn't grow up playing Robo Army. But I did grow up playing this, and I loved this. Mutation Nation was great. But yeah, Robo Army is definitely a better beat-em-up. I wish they released Waku Waku 7 on the Neo Geo CD. Me too, because the Sega Saturn version was ass. I was really disappointed. I love Waku Waku 7. Actually, my first screen name before Sarumaru was Marurun. Was my first screen name ever. My first Hotmail account was marurun@hotmail.com in 1997. 5 minutes ago, I was so poor now. Look at all the games I have. I don't want, because when you work, it's different, right? But when I was a kid, I was super poor. I didn't start buying games regularly until my late teens, when I was able to work for myself. But before that, it was always I used to push carts for money. I used to beg my parents for money because my parents were divorced, so I'd always use that divorce guilt thing to get stuff. Hey, it worked, right? But I always used to, I don't have this, I don't have that, I need this, I need that, and I would get it. But I grew up pretty freaking poor. But my mom's priorities were also not correct either, and so sometimes that worked in my favor, because we lived in the beginning when we first moved to LA, we lived in an apartment the size of this room. There were no bedrooms, there was no kitchen, it was a room, and we didn't even have a bathroom. We had a communal bathroom in the first apartment we ever lived in. We didn't have our own bathrooms. We had to go shower and bathroom in a room that had 4 different bathrooms and 2 showers. I remember it. It was always at the end of the hall. So we were really poor. But even then, we didn't have a bathroom, and then but my mom bought me a Nintendo. So our priorities were not always great. Selectively poor, press F. But yeah, so priorities were weird, right? There was never a lot of money. But I don't know, my mom did some weird shady stuff too, though. So My dad always liked video games and was playing. Dude, my parents, my family in general, my little sister. I say my little sister, but she's a grown-ass woman with 2 kids now. But my little sister was the only one who got into video games, and that's because of me. But the family, nobody in my family. I was the only one in my family that liked video games. My parents bought my brother an Atari back when he was a kid, and so that was my first console. But it wasn't bought for me; it was bought for him, and he didn't really play it. I was the one who latched onto it. But yeah, nobody in my family. My family didn't really like video games or anime or any of that. Like, didn't like any of that stuff. So I don't know how the hell I love like video games and anime and Japanese and Korean shit. That has to do with growing up in LA, I believe. Friends, influence from friends and stuff. Anyway, back to more co-op. So Mutation Nation, super awesome. Let me put these back in my collection. Like, now my collection is crazy, right? But that's because I've worked my entire life. So I could actually give myself things that I want now. So now it's like, I've been buying like a lot of games that I used to have pirated now. Like, I would seek out and buy because I would want the original. I did that with a bunch of PlayStation games. I have a ton. I still have some of the bootlegs too that I can show. Here's let's see, this one right here. No. Nah. I'm trying to see. I can find. Sometimes they make them look a lot like the real thing. So I don't know. But anyway, the point is, I have a lot of pirated games. I've been buying the real ones to a lot of these pirated games now, you know, or in my later years that I could afford to get. But yeah, back then it was mostly pirated stuff. Stuff from Hong Kong. I used to trade a bunch of stuff from the CD-ROMguide.com, was a BBS back in the day. And so I used to access the BBS through the Sega Saturn, and we would snail mail a bunch of stuff around. Or we'd pay, like, there was this guy, his name was like HKCD4U at hotmail.com, and I believe that was like I think that was the exact email. It used to be like HKVCD4U at hotmail.com was this guy's email address. And so we used to buy, no matter what it was, game, VCD, anything, $3 a disc, right? And so sometimes we would get that and we would resell that stuff. But yeah, they would come, when the games used to come, it would be a CD in a printed piece of paper, in a plastic, like those plastic CD sleeves, would just be a folded piece of paper and your pressed pirated disc. And so we had to like cut with the X-Acto knife. We would cut the covers and put them in cases, and they looked nice. They looked nice on the shelf, even though they were pirated as fuck, right? They still look good. Here, grab these nuts. Actually, I fear I'm gonna drop them, Jesse. You just put them over there. I'll eat them later. But yeah, that's how you used to get stuff back then. Or if you were poor, you used to get stuff back then like that. I was po! So po! Man, I wish I knew I was going to talk about all the pirate stuff.
Yeah,
Because then I would have grabbed some to show you. I never know what I'm going to talk about at any given time. Because then I'd go way off the subject. Anyway, back on the subject. You know what was good co-op fun back then? Pirated games. Gun games. Not pirated games. You know what's good fun back in the day is light gun games, not pirated games. Light gun games, they were fun. This is Virtual Cop. Virtual Cop was fun. A lot of fun to play. It was pirated games. I used to love playing gun games back in the day. Those were fun with friends as well. Here's one that me and Jesse played in the arcade, and then I got tired and just got up and left, and Jesse kept playing. Yeah, because I died, and I was like, I'm done. And I walked away. You know what I'm talking about without even showing it.
Yeah.
This game right here, Tenshio Kurao 2. This one was called, what the fuck is this called here? Dynasty something? Warriors of Fate. Warriors of Fate. This was Warriors of Fate in America. So, In Japan, it's Tenshio Kurao. Co-op with the whole internet. Piracy is the ultimate co-op. That's true. Me and Jesse recently played this in the arcades at a place called Zarigani Game Center in Osaka. In Shinsekai. Shinsekai is this place in Osaka. And me and Jesse sat down to play, and Jesse just got really into it. So that's why we eventually had to buy this. But then he never played it. But we did.
We can play it today.
We did. But should we play it?
Yeah.
We could play it. What the hell? Did I move those other switches? I did. I still haven't talked about this one. But anyhow, Jesse played this. He almost beat it, but then he ran out of yens. He had no more yens to play. He ran out of all of his yens. See, I didn't, because I didn't want to run out of all of my yens. So I went and took my yens to other games. So he kept playing this game for a while. And this game is so long for a beat 'em up. Dude, this game is super long beat 'em up. But yeah, this is also on the Capcom beat 'em up collection too, which I'm going to talk about at some point as well. But Tenshio Kurao 2, really good game. Really good game on the Sega Saturn. Speaking of Sega Saturn, this is what we were listening to earlier. This is the Wonder 3, or what is it called here? 3 Wonders. This one was Jesse got this for my birthday.
Yeah.
I think. This is a birthday gift from Jesse.
It was a gift. Christmas gift, I forgot.
I think it was birthday, wasn't it?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was birthday. It was this year's birthday. Anyway, this comes with 3 games. These are really the only 2 games that matter. Roosters and Chariot. Roosters, I think they called it Midnight Wanderers in the US arcade. And there's only, growing up, I only saw this game in the arcade once, ever. And it was at a video store not far from the neighborhood that I lived in. So I would always go to this video store just to play this game, these 2 games, Chariot and Midnight Wanderers, or Roosters as it's being called here. Super fun. Never played the 3rd game that comes with it. Don't Pull. I don't know. I've never cared to play that one. So I only bought it for those 2. But super awesome. 3-on-1 in the 90s. Is this piracy? Missed my gun cons. I have a Saturn gun here somewhere. Speaking of Saturn, US Sega Saturn, here's one that's awesome co-op fun right here. This one supports up to 6 players, but I never ever played this game more than 2 players. This game I only ever played 2 players ever. But a lot. I played a lot of 2-player Guardian Heroes back in the day. Really liked this one. This one came from Software Etc. as well. Almost all my Saturn stuff came from Software Etc. Software Etc. was my store for Sega Saturn. And they like fully embraced the Saturn. So you could always find Saturn stuff at Software Etc. They had imports. They were just the place to get Saturn stuff. It was just a great store in the mall to get Saturn stuff. It was just super cool to just go in the mall and just grab Sega Saturn stuff. Whether it be US releases or import stuff, it was just good to get Saturn stuff at that store. I have so many good memories of Software Etc. And actually, my CDX came from Software Etc. too. My Sega CDX. Of course, my Netlink came from Electronics Boutique, same company. Naveed says, I need to play Guardian Heroes. So, man, it's so good. So good. Super Boo says, I'm going to have to rewatch this sometime to see all the games you're showing. Games with co-op are what I look for the most, says Super Boo. Oh, yeah, because you play games with your brother, right? Area 51 on co-op is good, too. Yeah, I played a good deal of Area 51 in the arcade. Never at home, though, so I don't know what that's like at home. Probably agree. What did you say? Virtual Cop. Typing of the... Oh my god, Typing of the Dead. This track makes me...
I feel like I played that at school, where it was a game. You have to like type something there to continue.
I don't know if it's Typing of the Dead. Probably not.
It was like a weird typing game I used to play. It was like a Mario typing game. You ever play that? No.
Nope.
It was on the Mac and Mario, and I don't know, it was weird.
I did not. Now, jumping into the newer generation with co-op stuff, I don't really do a whole lot of co-op gameplay with friends nowadays just because work and stuff. Life is busy, right, as an adult, so there's not really ever a lot of time to sit down and play games with friends. So whenever I do get to play games with friends, it's usually online if I ever do. But there were a couple instances where I did play games online with friends. Dragon's Crown was one of those games, and here's the PS3. I have all of them. I have a Vita one as well. Dragon's Crown was one that I played a good deal of online with different friends. I also played with Joel from Media Glitch, Radical Reggie. Who else did I play this with? John with Intrigue Gaming. A lot of us played a good deal of.
Who else was it? Cassius? There's someone else you played with.
Was it Cassius?
I think it was Cassius.
I played with, or was it Pabst?
I think it was Pabst.
Because I remember playing with. Did I play Dragon's Crown with Pabst? I want to say it was Pabst. Oh, that sounds crazy. I played online Street Fighter. Street Fighter was good online too. I played online Street Fighter with Cassius and Radical Reggie and Chris Tang.
Oh, yeah, it was Chris Tang. That's who it was. For that JT, just showing JT. Really
quick. JT, really quick. Jesse wants to show you that he finally got this Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamities. Calamity. It's still sealed. He hasn't opened it yet.
Age of Chlamydia.
Age of Chlamydia. Who said that?
I forgot who said that last week.
Age of Chlamydia. Paps is here. He says, did we play Dragon's Crown? I don't remember if it was with Paps. He says, Dragon Crown needs to come to PC. Yeah, maybe. But this was good fun online with people. It was fun. It was fun. It was Randrick. Randrick said it was him. Oh, okay. There was who else? What did I play? What did I play with you, Pabst? I played something with Pabst online. That's why I thought Dragon's Crown. I think me and Pabst played the Dungeons and Dragons collection, didn't we, Pabst? I think we played Dungeons and Dragons together, if I remember correctly. I don't remember. Anyway, another game that I played online recently cooperatively is this one. The Capcom Beat 'em Ups collection, or the whatever this is, Capcom Belt Action collection in Japanese. This one was from the collector's edition. I did a video. I bought the Capcom eShop version of this game, which came with all sorts of special shiz. But this game was a lot of fun. The PlayStation version of this game is kind of... I'm sorry, not the PlayStation. The Switch version of this game, the online on the Capcom Belt Action Collection, the online is so bad. It's so bad. I don't know why, but it's terrible. Terrible online. But I did end up buying the digital on PS4 to play with people without like breakups. But if anyone is curious, I did do a video on the Capcom eShop version. The Capcom eShop version of this. If you guys want to check it out, that's the video right there. Which was the special Capcom eShop version of this collection. Don't check it out now, but at some point after the stream, check it out. Check it out. That was gotten decent amount of views for my size channel. I'm not very big channel, so anything in the thousands is pretty good. King of Dragons Final Fight, Knights of the Round, good times. I know, and this one actually has that Tenchio Kurao game as well. Final Fight, King of the Dragons, Captain Commando, which was one of my absolute favorite beat 'em ups. Knights of the Round, Tenchio Kurao 2, and Power Gear and Battle Circuit are the 7 games that are on this collection. Man. The artwork is also really good too. It was what is that girl's name? Nishimura? Kinu Nishimura? Is that her name? I think she did this art as well. Used to do a lot of other Capcom. Really excellent Capcom artwork. I believe at Capcom vs. SNK on the Capcom side, she did all those artworks as well. And that was it. That was the last of the co-op games that I had to talk about. But I guess now we're gonna play some. We're gonna play a little co-op. I'm gonna play some co-op now. Is it
Come on!
Ba-bam!
Come on, Toshi!
We talked about some stuff. Now we're gonna play some games for a little bit. Let's see, what are we gonna play? Me and Jesse are gonna play games, so we'll look back at the chat periodically. Since we're both gonna be playing. Hopefully Jesse has some sort of device or whatever he uses
I
to
do.
chat. There you go. That's weird that it didn't pop the controller.
Or does it automatically?
Let me do mine first.
Oh, shit.
No, I did it. Good. Over. There we go. Sweet. Alright. So now we're in.
We're in.
All the way in. Oops. What should we play? That's good to know.
What should we play?
We have on this one we have Twinbee, but shooters are hard to play and pay attention to. Panzer Bandit, that's a 2-player beat 'em up. Then of course we have puzzle games, fighting games, which we're really good at. SNES. We got Contra, Darius Twin. Final. That's not the first. That's the first one. Donkey King. Donkey King. Some Famicom. We're gonna have a bunch of shit here. Area 88.
Should we let the crew pick? Maybe?
Yeah, sorry, crew. You guys tell us what should we play? What should we play co-op? We're gonna play co-op. Speaking of co-op, guys, we're actually going to start doing couch co-op videos. Me and Jesse, we're gonna pick a game and we're gonna just play that game from start to finish, couch co-op. And we're gonna try to do that after the new year. Hopefully, once a week after the new year, we'll do like a video every week where we do couch co-op. Rander says Final Fight 2. Cobra Strike says Shaq Fu. No. We can do Final Fight 2.
As well, he says, I'm surprised you guys aren't playing Crossfire.
Oh, do we have Final Fight? Yeah, we do. There it be. Alright. Let's play
Sweet.
Final Fight 2. This bish. One of my favorite co-op shooters was LA Machine Guns. I don't remember that. Final Final Madogia no posso peruka haga ko It's going too fast. Shikashi Madogia the ga something.
Sailor Moon co-op.
We could do Sailor Moon. No, we're gonna start with this. Game level normal, or do you want this on easy?
Nah, it's up to you.
It's up to you.
Nah, let's just do it.
Yeah. Who do you want to be?
I don't care.
Well, who do you want to be?
I'll be
Punch and kick. We don't take away. Usually we want to split enemies and split out. As long as we're not in the same like line of sight. You see like how you just right in front of you, like those enemies. That's how it ended up punching like 3 times. So see how there's like.
Just get out of my way.
Look at Chun-Li eating her ramen.
Oh, Chun-Li.
Some ramen. Some ramens. Contra's a good co-op game. Yeah, Contra might be too hard, yeah. We were having such a hard time with the barrel.
Smack her across the face. Says Cobra.
Oh, Jedi just subscribed. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Most people like to see the stream. Welcome!
Welcome. Oh, thank you.
Down since Contra has to be a top 10 co-op all time. Always suck that you can hit your teammate and make it harder. I know. Now
you're just scared. You're like, oh, am I gonna hit him or not?
Yeah, I'm not. I like when they give me the option. It makes it harder, especially like if the person you're playing with is all over the screen.
Yeah.
Joni. I like this game, but Streets of Rage 2 is just superior in every way. Yeah, Streets of Rage 2 is...
This is last play. Haha.
No, this is... Super
Tiger is in what happened to
Wan Wan. Here, let Wan Wan come out.
Tiger is just muscle. It's not looking Mackenzie's here. You did not see me, Jesse? Lol. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all doing well.
Welcome! Streets of Rage 2 is on another level. It says Corporate Strike down. And Wan Wan and his brother lose. It's like Corporate Strike down. His brother lose was the black sheep. I would like Haggard and Zane to fight it out.
Who said that?
No fighting, only that. Maybe we'll just...
What a crazy day I had in Orange today. People yelling and cutting the line, and it's only going to get crazier as Christmas gets closer.
Oh my god, yes. You work in retail? Fuck, what did I think? Oh, this is good on me.
Oops, sorry.
Let me get out at least.
Lower strike says I had to work Black Friday and Twitch on Black Day. Got me to go to college, but F that shit. I know. I worked Black Friday at Walmart. I was fucking claustrophobic. Alright, they got Muscle Bomber for the SFC.
I do. Muscle Bomber. Did Hager remind you of Muscle Bomber? Good old Muscle Bomber with designs from How to Fix It.
No hackers. Don't punch me.
I'm not gonna get slapped.
Good night, Paps.
Can I Pabst?
Randrick.
Good night, Randrick.
Freddy is mega buff.
Great car.
Winner.
That was it, right? Silver Strike Dust says working at GameStop was terrible because of all the upsell. Really soured my taste for the company, having to work 3 years, or having to work there as a second job a few years ago. His name is Chef. Oh! alleviate too. If one comes over on this side, don't worry about it. Keep jumping from one side.
Okay.
Well, if you're already killing one on one side and one slips past you, otherwise you'll end up going in your face or you'll end up throwing
You like yourself.
People
Guy keeps a little what's my photos? And so, well, they've been over 3 months. And after they're like, hey, tell your grandma. I'm like, yes, we he's signed the sex. I'm gonna go now. You don't give me your photo. My coworker was like, she immediately security, but at security, you know, and then I saw you, like, a week later, he was getting photos of me, and I was freaking out. Maybe people were like, I'm never coming to the store again. And then they come to the store.
It's funny because like the whole like the fact that we can take it is just gonna
Yeah, it doesn't make it makes it not as fun. It's like it just I'm paranoid in the kitchen. I don't understand why people like these kind of games. Like, oh, I can hit you. Like, why? Yeah, it's just like going up and down.
Welcome back to Screw the Dead. Oh, you bitch. Fucking clown.
Yeah. I guess it's, what is it? Every 2 million?
20.
Every 20?
20.
Yeah. Damn. It's versus.
Oh, that's why you're hitting
Yeah.
me to try to get the barrels. I'm like, why are you hitting me? Makes sense. You don't want to try your shit. Free for all now. Carlos.
We keep missing each other. Fuck! Let me hit you! Son of a bitch! Oh!
Gotta leave these secret comments. Yeah, I go fire.
How you're too powerful. This is unlimited lives. At the same time, we're beating up. Let me get up.
Literally, it's like, yay! Kick his ass! Welcome, Alucard! TG is here. Welcome, TG. Jeez, this is quite still above mine. You don't know that. I need all the food I was going, boy. This is no place for me. Oh, I just got a donation from Philip. He says, "Don't stop the beaten co-op, people. It goes on."
Just... Oh.
Well, considering I'm still on my previous computer.
I know.
Get your ass out of here, Nancy. Hello, Lento. Or Roland. I think that's
Double team.
Holly Meza.
Roland?
Yeah.
Fucker. No! Get over me! Stop! Stupid Roland.
I know, Roland's getting in my way from kicking your ass.
I know.
You're lucky Roland is Look out, acorns. Look out.
Just drop the acorns and we're fighting each other. Yeah, take that. Fucker. Oh. Oh. Oh, you fucker. Come on! Let me get up!
There's no compassion. No war.
I like how at first we're like, okay, be careful.
Don't hit each other. Now
Don't
we're
hit
just
each
beating
other.
the shit out of
Fuck
each
you!
other. Rodento no babada babada babada. I don't know how this people have a Oh
Oh, damn it.
yeah. That's why you do it. Notice how I have more items somehow?
Who's on the floor?
Gotta do time first.
Don't care. Go for it.
Who's dead?
You. What the fuck? What the fuck with me?
Get away, I'm trying to beat up my friend.
Get out of the way now. I'm trying to kill my friend. They're in my way. Fucker.
shit, I don't want to do this. I know, and they keep going for me too. Because I got so many gifts here. Y'all can do it.
Now it's game over.
Oh shit, there are.
There's a lot of lives.
It's not unlimited, okay.
Here's why this boss battle between Dar, Jesse, and Intense. It's almost like they're immortal. What game is this, please, says TJ?
This is Final Fight Part 2.
That was fun. Breaker says, man, I've been playing these Final Fight games all wrong. Like wrestling over a bag of faded biscuits. All eliminated teams. That's kind of fun.
No, it's not fun. There's no solid winner.
Not necessarily.
I won.
No, you didn't. You won.
You won how you did.
You're on the floor longer than you have once. Don't touch my purse, my biscuits.
My best.
People said old school graphics are the best. Oh man.
16-bit graphic style is my favorite. Yeah, she's only the second. And she's in Marvel, or I think it was Capcom 2. Right? I feel like, I don't know, the realer games get, the less escapism I feel. That's just me though. Fucking on door. Damn it. Boom. Oh my god.
My biscuit.
My biscuit.
Sucks that we can't find them anymore.
Yeah, they learn Indonesian. I'm sorry. Malay. They're good. Shortbread cheese. So funny because we got them too. As soon as I smelled them, it smells weird. So I was like, oh my god, it's even better is like coffee. Like 3 or 4 days of coffee was delightful. It was very nice. Quite nice. N64 was garbage. However, if Polymega does make an N64 module, I will buy it. That'd probably be the only way I'd buy it. There's no way I'm buying a both with N64. At least that way I don't have to disconnect for it. So if they do make one module for it, I'll buy it. Otherwise, no.
Crash 64.
It was like, oh!
The only things you like on 64 were like Diddy Kong Racing, Zelda,
Zelda Kong Racing.
Star Fox. Alcoholic Legends. Pokemon Snap. Pokemon Stadium. That's about it. Everyone loved GoldenEye, but I didn't.
That's it. I died. I died. Spent all that time killing each other.
I didn't know that was fun. I think we should end it. Should we do questions?
Yeah, questions. Did you open it up already?
Yeah.
You play. We died at it.
1 second.
We died at it.
Go full screen.
Because we killed each other. Why did you not play?
I forgot something.
Game audio for now. That stream looks like Felios. With the... Sorry, are you playing on a CRT? No, we're playing on an LCD, on a plasma actually, on an old plasma. Hager's like, raw. Watashi da, Mike Hager. Watashi desu, Mike desu.
There's the contest for. This is the last contest of the year.
It is the last contest of the year, or the last, not contest, that's the last Gleam question,
Clean
isn't
question.
it?
Sorry about that.
Not contest. It's misworded. That's the
Sorry
last
about that.
question. We're gonna have plenty giveaways still. That's just the last question of the year. Would be dope if they made it. I think they could. But I also really want the Master System add-on. Oh, for Polymega? Yeah, that would be cool. A Master System one. They should just support one of the converters. That's what they should do. They should support a base converter or whatever the fuck. That's what they should do. Because they're going to do that with Famicom. I think at first they were... when they were here and I was talking to them, they said that they didn't know if they were going to make a Famicom specific thing or if they were going to support one. But then they were talking about which one would they support. And I showed them a couple that I had here. Maki was in Capcom vs SNK too. Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Hope Famicom is a thing for the existing NES module. That's what's going to happen. I believe they're going to do. They're just going to support a plug-in adapter. Plug-in adapter. Oh, I guess I can't delete your message. Yeah, she was in Capcom versus Capcom time 2. Age of New Capcom. Capcom versus SNK 2. Speaking of which, that's what we're gonna listen to right now. Listen to some. Just a cat camera. We're gonna go to my face. Ah! Welcome to my face. All right. So last week, where's the question? Oh, there it is. Are you still doing stuff with it?
Yeah.
Can I read?
There you go.
So, no.
Yeah. No, go for it. I
Okay.
just need to write something.
So last week, we asked you guys, which multiplayer games did you enjoy playing with family or with friends, and why? Number 1 comes to us from Alucard 2089. Let me lower this soundtrack here. There we go. Let's exit out of this game. There we go. The first one comes to us from Alucard 2089. He says, I miss couch co-op games. Me and my friends used to play all the fighting games and beat 'em ups. A lot of Streets of Rage and Golden Axe type stuff. Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, says Alucard. Pretty much all me and my friends played were fighting games and beat 'em ups. Co-op. Alright, next one comes to us from Cassius. Cassius says, Twister, got to sniff my friend's taints. It's not a video game, Cassius. Then in parentheses says, GoldenEye 64. In high school, we'd go to my friend Tom's house and play. He had one of those giant old projection TVs, and his parents were never home. We'd play for house on 4-player. Miss those days, he says. I'm not sure what he means. Number 3 didn't leave a name, but this person said many fun rounds of Dungeon Explorer. Ooh, I forgot. Yeah, Dungeon Explorer would have been a good one to show. That's one that I played with peeps. All right, number 4. Number 4 didn't leave a name either, but this person says the N64 and GameCube Mario parties, I think, or GameCube GCN Mario parties. Stealing stars and laughing at the ridiculous first-time player minigame fails. I wonder who that was. Whoever said Twister wins today's stream. That was Cassius. Cassius said Twister. Alright. Number 5. Number 5 comes to us from GT Beakerman. Beakerman says, when I was a kid, my brothers and my friends and I played so many games together. Some of our favorite multiplayer games were NES Ice Hockey, NBA Jam, NFL 2K, Street Fighter 2, Mortal Kombat, Soul Calibur, Mario Kart, Rock'n'Roll Racing, Top Gear, Twisted Metal, Bomberman, Warlords, and Airbuster. As a young adult, I moved to playing online PC shooters with friends. Our favorites were UT99, what is that? Quake 3, Counter-Strike, Tribes 2, Battlefield 1942, Call of Duty United Offensive. Later on, we migrated to Xbox 360 to play Battlefield Bad Company 2, and back to PC for Battlefield 4. We also played real-time strategy games, with Command & Conquer, Red Alert, and Empire Earth being played the most often. As a family, we enjoy facing off Super Mario Party and Mario Kart, and working together in Diablo 3 and Lovers in Dangerous Space Time. My not quite 4-year-old son and I play Hot Shot Racing and Sonic 2 together, and we all play Rock Band 4 every few months. As for why? Because gaming together can build bonds that last a long time. And it's fun, says Beakerman. Unreal Tournament. God, I'm done. I should have figured. Since Quake came right after that, I should just put both of those together. Alright, number 6 comes to us from Randrick. Randrick says, Monster Hunter without a doubt. This game is awesome, and me and my girlfriend spent a whole summer playing Monster Hunter Tri on Wii like crazy. We had around 600 hours of gameplay. We even made a friend who lived in Japan in the game. And then years later... I'm sorry, what did he say? He said, we even made a friend... Oh, in the game. We even made a friend who lived in Japan in the game. And then years later, I put 300 hours into Monster Hunter World, playing with a friend and also my girlfriend. I really like this game. The gameplay and the thrill of fighting a giant monster with a team, and the sense of accomplishment when you finally beat it, says Randrick. That's cool. Number 7 comes to us from Rover. Rover says, I rarely played games with others as I'm mostly a solo player. However, I did play a couple games with my ex-wife, namely RuneScape and Rush on 7 Episodes, or Rose. for short. I still have a private Rose server I play on from time to time because of the fun we had together. And I might even open my private server to the public someday. Maybe, says Rover. Number 8 comes to us from Screw the Net. Screw the Net says, GoldenEye was one of the greatest 2-player or more player games. 4 players was the best. Mario Kart on the SNES was a must too, for sure. Contra was a pain always, and Battletoads was okay. Ren and Stimpy had a 2-player mode that was okay, but Alter Beast was fun on the Genesis with 2 players. That is all! Lol. No fighters unless in arcades, says Screw the Net. Shell was here to answer when Shell says, the first multiplayer game I played a lot with several friends at the same time that was not just a 2-player game was actually GoldenEye 64. At the time, it was truly special, and we had so many disputes during the games and played it very much. During the same time, I also played Mario Kart 64 to death and still play it with my niece. Not long after that, Xbox came out and I started playing Halo a bunch. After that, grown-up stuff intruded more and more in my life. Just a few years later, I started at university. Smiley face. Those are my picks, says Shell. Number 10. Why is this track like a bajillion times? Stop it. Number 10 comes to us from Kitsune-sama. Kitsune-sama says Crash Team Racing, Crash Bash, Mario 64, Streets of Rage remake. Gosh, I could go on and on for an hour, but I will not. Thank you. And the reason why of the questions is because good games. Interesting. All right, number 11. Number 11 is from Daniel F. Daniel says, I enjoy playing Mario Party games with friends because it feels really good when you screw someone over and steal their stars, lol.
Yeah.
It's the game that ends friendships. But it's seriously fun to play with a lot of people and highly recommend it, says Daniel. That's true. All right, number 12 didn't leave a name, but this person says, by the way, just if anyone did post who it was, let me know before I just continue reading. Like if they say who it was in the chat and I didn't read their name. So in the future, guys, when you guys answer this, make sure you put your name in the answer when I read them so I know who they're from when I read them off. Number 12 didn't have a name, but this person says, there are so many games I could list. Many of my fondest memories of playing multiplayer games were NHL Hits 2002. Is that Blitz maybe? Mario Party 4, Smash Brothers Melee, Time Splitters 2, Need for Speed Underground, Burnout 2, Mario Kart Double Dash, just to name a few, says this person.
He said, the Ring Fit Master said, that's me.
The one, number 12?
That's all he said, that's me.
Oh, okay. Number 13 says, number 13 is from Brandon Wallace. Brandon Wallace says, Street Fighter 2 and the fighting games that followed. My friends and I could not get enough of them. And at the time, having a head-to-head fighting game with so many characters and fighting styles was just unheard of. So fun and competitive, says Brandon Wallace. Very cool. Superboo says, I put my name in this time. I named a lot of games in my answer, but didn't really talk about them. That's okay. Number 14. Did this person leave a name? Let's see. Because it's like split up into 2. Yes! And speaking of which, number 14 comes from Superboo. Superboo says lots. Super Mario Brothers 3, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, all of the Streets of Rage games, Streets of Rage 2 mostly, Gunstar Heroes, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and Sonic the Hedgehog 3, and Knuckles. Tiny Toon Adventures, Acme All-Stars, the Golden Axe games, mostly the first one though, Mega Bomberman, Bomberman Party Edition, 3 vs 3 fighters like the King of Fighters, Capcom vs SNK, and Marvel vs Capcom, and the Dead or Alive games with Tag Team mode, and lots more. As to why I enjoyed them, well, my first home gaming experience was multiplayer with Super Mario Bros. 3. My dad and my 2 brothers and I played together taking turns, and we all had a really fun time. And ever since, I've really enjoyed playing with them in other games, though there were some not so enjoyable moments when it came to versus games. Smiley sweat emoji. But co-op gaming has always been enjoyable, says Superboo. Yeah, that's funny, right? Like, sometimes it's like competitive games is fun, but then sometimes, like, you get mad. I've been there, right? When, like, someone's playing, like, you're playing a fighting game, and that person, like, cheeses the same move over and over again. You're like, what do I say? Do I get mad? No, but I mean, like, in fighting games, like, sometimes, like, people will, like, do, like, the same, like, patterns, or, like, they'll play the whole like fireball uppercut game over and over, and it's like, I just want to kill you, but you're my friend. I don't really want to kill you. All right, and that was it. That was the last one. We got 14 answers this time around. Thank you everybody for answering the question. These are always fun when I answer them. The next time we do a reading won't be next Saturday, because next Saturday we're doing another one of those Japan vlog specials. So it's part 2 of the Japan vlogs. So we will be doing the reading of the question that we just posted, which is up at the top of the chat. We're going to be doing that in on the last Saturday, which is going to be the 26th, I believe, of December. And was that it? Was there 14 or were there more?
Hold on.
Did you not close it?
No, it's right here. We might...
Why didn't you?
What was the last one?
Super Boost?
Okay, then that was the last one.
It was? Okay.
I didn't hear you say Super Boost, so.
Yeah, Super Boost was the last one.
Okay.
Alright, and the winner for this week's video game giveaway, or charm if you want, you can have either or, is Alucard 2089. Alucard 2089, you are the winner of this week's retro game box winner, or charm if you want one. We're going to start letting people pick charms if they want them as well.
Only if they're Patreon.
If they're Patreon people, you guys can pick chimes as well. But anyway, guys, that's pretty much it for today's Saru show about co-op stuffs. What are we been 3 hours already? Let's see here. Holy shit! I won again. Says Alucard. Very cool. How long ago was it that you won? Since you won, though, it's been a while, right? Didn't you win like shortly after you joined? I think. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, I don't think Alucard hasn't won in a while.
James, let's see here. What do you guys say in the chat? Me and one of my friends literally got into fistfights over games when I was a little kid, says Alucard. Oh my gosh. It never got that bad, but we had even up until recently, there's still one friend who gets upset when we play, and he's one of the people in that little caricature that I drew. One of those people, I'm not going to say which one of those friends, but one of those friends gets upset.
Yeah, we were playing Mario Party.
Yeah.
And we were playing Mario Party, and I stole his star. He threw the controller up in the air, and he went to his room and closed it.
That wasn't. And remember, we were also playing. What is that Mario game, where one person has control of the platforms. One of the 3D Marios, one of the Super Mario.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
And he was one of the players, I guess. And somebody was putting like the platforms in like stupid places, and he got mad. Did he get mad?
He got mad. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it was funny, and I think he threw. Alucard says, I won 3 times. I won like 3 weeks ago and got the Dreamcast version of FX Unit Yuki. Of Fox Unit Yuki. That's the furry version. That's the furry version of FX Unit Yuki. So then it says, I definitely got into fights with friends, sometimes over games or arguments. That's hilarious. The one on Wii U. Yeah, that one. The one on Wii U. It was so funny, too. And like, he got mad and he threw the controller and he left. He left the house. I guess to cool off or something. It's so funny though, like sometimes like games like really get to people. What's Fox Unit Yuki? Does it have to do with Star Fox? No, it's Yuki with a foxtail and fox ears. And she goes, meow. What does the fox say? It says Fox Unit Yuki. That's a rare game, says Rekka Rens. Rekka Rens! Never got angry over a video game, not the point where I left the room. Like, I only ever got annoyed. I never got, like, mad over at a game, right? Not as rare as PCFX Unit Yuki. Yeah, for real. That's something that's never gonna happen. To the next says, we threw our buddy out of his room window, but it was more of a joke because he was always hanging out of it. And since it was the ground floor, he just fell 4 feet into the bushes. How funny. What does the fox say? It says Fox Unit Yuki. Oh, sounds hot. Is it uncensored? Fox Unit Yuki looks like your Felicia avatar, but instead of cat girl, she's a fox girl. That'll be I should draw that just for lulz in the Discord. People will be like, what is that? Should have came to the Saturday show. Then you would have known. inside joke. How does it feel to be on the outside? Nah, we're not gonna do that. This is funny though. But anyway, we've been at it for 3 hours and 20 minutes, so we're probably going to call it a night. However, we will be back here. Oh yeah, come on, Toshi. Does this work? Can I do this? Did that work? Do it! The only time I ever got mad in relation to gaming was one night a friend in middle school slept over, and when he left I realized he stole 2 of my SNES games. I had friends that did that kind of shit too.
Me too.
And it sucks. Like, what kind of fucking klepto shit is that? Kitsune Yuki sounds good, Cerulean says. Yeah, that's some BS. What's funny, that calls for a Toshi sound effect. Did that work? When I did that? Did it work? Stealing games is a capital offense. I know, right? People suck. People suck. Dude, I don't understand, like, people who could steal from friends. I've never understood that. Like, I've never understood, like, people who steal from friends. Obviously, they're not your friends, right? If they don't fucking respect your stuff, then clearly they're not your friends. But I never understood that. And I always had bad luck with that, too. Like, I had a couple instances where people would steal stuff, like, out of my house. Only a couple that I can think of, that I know of. Because who knows if there were any instances I don't know of. But there's a couple instances where I know that it happened because, like, the game went missing at my house and then suddenly I'd go to their house and they had the game and I'm like, where did that come from? Kind of deal. But most of the stealing of games happened when I would let people borrow games and then never get them back. And that happened a lot, actually. More than I'd like to admit. Hey, Saru, you hear Ron gave you a shout out in his Polymega review? He did! I was talking about that earlier, that I got like 50 subs from Ron because he shouted me out. And I thought that was awesome.
So, one time, my cousin sold my game, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the time, I was putting my name on every single thing on the manual.
In the carts? Oh, in the manual?
And I was like, that's my game. No, it's not. I'm like, let me see. I took it to his mom. I was like, look, this is my game. She's like, no, it's mine. She's like, my name is on the manual. He looked at it, my name was in there.
He's dumb for keeping the manual.
He took the whole thing. His mom, like, slapped him right there.
Really?
Don't steal!
That's hilarious. Sarah has actually popped up in a few Polymega vids I saw. Yeah, a couple people have shouted me out because of Polymega stuff. Because, I mean, I guess that's not surprising, right? Because I was the first person to ever stream the Polymega. But it is surprising when big guys shout me out because, like, they don't really have to. Because, like, they know it, like, I know it's always going to help, right? When people, like, shout me out. So it's really awesome that he did. And I've already gotten, like, 50 subs from that. So I'm very grateful.
I remember went downstairs and yelled at mom, who steals Clay Fighter?
Who steals Clay Fighter? That's funny. For reals, who would steal Clay Fighter? That's, like...
Dumbass.
Out of all the games that you could steal, that's the one you steal. She's like, now you get back out there and come back here with a Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fighting.
That's spicy.
Oh, these? Did you eat the, these? The
I
little
ate one that was spicy.
These are spicy right here. These little red ones. These are the spicy ones. I love them. They're good. The spicy ones are yum yum. That's so funny though. The worst is when they ask to borrow a game and never give it back and then disappear. Yeah, I've had that happen before too. What a shitty thing to break up a friendship over though, right? Like, I had friends who were like friends of mine for like a year or two and I let them borrow a game because I think I could trust them. And then I never fucking get it back. And it's like, you just ruined a 2-year friendship over a video game? Good job, dumbass. Because I'm the type of person who finds out if something like that happens, and I just defriend. There's no forgiveness with that kind of stuff. It's like, nope. Don't want to know why you did it. Our friendship will forever be awkward now, so forget it. Forget it. You know, unless they were stealing it to, like, live or something. I don't know. I don't know when it's acceptable to steal. I don't think it's ever acceptable to steal from friends, especially. You know, it's like go steal at a Walmart. Don't steal shit from my house. I don't have fucking theft insurance. Sorry, Mara, same here, man. That's why I don't have many friends from childhood. Lol. I know. I've always been the kind of person who's always had a lot of friends too. So it's like that kind of stuff happens, right? And so I'll lose like a friend or two or whatever. Growing up, I've lost a couple friends because of that. Luckily, most friends have given stuff back. I've loaned countless things to people, and I would say 90% of the time I got it back from people. But there was that 10% of people who didn't give that stuff back, and that was it. That was it! That was one guy. And then there was an incident where it wasn't really theft, but I borrowed... it's funny, two of my games, my bad game experiences, were Turtles games. The Ninja Turtles game for the NES, I borrowed it to a friend, right? Like, I beat it. I let him borrow it. He let me borrow Zelda. And he gave me Ninja Turtles back, broken. Completely broken. Like, it would not boot at all. No matter what I did, the game would not work. I cleaned it. It would not work. And he acted really weirdly after giving it back. And like super weird over giving it. It was like, oh, here you go. I didn't really play it a whole lot. You know, it was... I wish I had more time to play it, but I guess I'll just give it back to you. And you can bring me my game back on this day. And then, like, he, like, had to tell me before... Like, the whole thing was weird. Like, he was setting it up, right? Like, he wanted to make sure that I brought his game when he brought my game. So he was, like, setting it up beforehand. And I was like, okay, well, that's fine. I don't know what he did to it. It didn't work. When I got it back from him, it didn't work anymore. So I have no idea what happened to it, but it just didn't work after that. And then I had a friend who borrowed my Super Famicom copy of Turtles in Time. Never got that back. I knew that guy for maybe a year and a half. And I let him borrow my cart, and it didn't work.
And he switched it out?
Was it maybe his copy that was broke, and maybe he switched it out? Oh, it's possible. That's highly possible. I didn't think to like check anything, and I don't mark any of my games, so it's possible. Sweet potato fries from the oven. Who wants some? Yum! That sounds good. That sounds super good. Oh my gosh, I'm hungry.
I'm hungry too.
Actually, I'm not like starving though, because we had dinner.
Yeah,
I just want to eat something small.
Snack.
I need a snack. A little snacky. Frank sounds good though. Superboo says, I got loaned a DVD movie once from our current neighbors, and I tried to return it twice. Once before I even watched it, and once after I watched it. And they told me to keep it, so I did. Well, that's different.
You're like, are you sure? No, I had something like that happen to me. My cousin was like, here, you can keep this game, okay? And like 2 years later, he's like, this is my game. I was like, no, you gave it to me.
Oh, and some Indian giving shit.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
Like, I don't like people who do that kind of stuff. It's like, you either gave it to me or didn't. Cobra Strike says, oh my god, yes, I'll take some. Feed me. Feed me. Feed me. That's hilarious. But yeah, that's probably what happened. Fries for everyone. Now I want fries.
Let's get some fries.
It's your fault. I blame you, Mackenzie. Now I want French fries. Now we'll have to go get some.
Let's go end it.
You want to go get some?
Let's go end it.
Let's go end it.
Let's go.
I know. Jesse's, every time we come to like the end of the show, Jesse's always eager for us to end it. He's like, end it already. End it. End it. Now he's like, blah, 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 blah. Then I'm just like, you never shut up. This kid Blanchik I knew in middle school, high school, had a mom that worked production in Hollywood, and she gave me a preview copy only non-sellable VHS copy of Night at the Roxbury. Wow, that's cool.
Nice. I love Night at the Roxbury.
Go get them fries, says Alucard. I know, now we're going to have to go get fries. We had KFC earlier. So, like, I always feel guilty getting fast food more than once in a day. Live stream fries drive-through, says Cobra Strike Down. Maybe. I definitely post pics in the Discord. I'll post pics. By the way, people, you can join the Discord for as little as $2 a month. You can chat with us. Morning, how are things going? Welcome, Dead in Sight. We're just about ending our stream. We've been at it for about almost 3 hours and a half. I'm gonna close it at the 3-hour mark. I need to get in that Discord, says Cobra Strike Down. You should. There's a lot of good people, and not just because it's a Patreon perk, but because it's a good Discord. Anyone who is in here who is part of the Discord will tell you that is probably one of their favorite Discords. I think that's like the general consensus with most people who are in our Discord, is that our Discord in particular is their favorite. Can I pay without Patreon? I don't like the company. We're thinking about switching from Patreon too. The Dick Sword channel. We were gonna go to Subscribestar after the new year. We were gonna move because there's a lot of negative connotations with Patreon. They've done a lot of really shitty things as well. It's crazy on the Discord. It's very cutthroat, says Mackenzie.
Just kidding.
Thrusting the meat staff to the busty bitches since 1997. What are you talking about? Skew the net. Yeah, I'm thinking about moving after the new year. I think we're gonna move it. We're gonna move it over to Subscribe Store. But we have to give everyone like a month ahead and let them know, hey, we're moving to Subscribe Star. And we're gonna get anyone who's on Patreon, I'll give them some sort of bonus for moving over to Subscribe Star. It's a different service. It's very much like Patreon. Here, let me show you what it. But it's a lot like Patreon. But it focuses more on, so Patreon is more like people have it who create videos and like, you know, make music, like creative content, right? And they get money for that creative content. Subscribestar is more like what I'm doing, where Saru Print Club is a subscription service, right? You pay the $5 a month to get prints and stickers every quarter. That's the subscription. So it doesn't have like, I feel like Patreon has like the whole like a much more negative connotation to it. Like people have called me an e-beggar simply because I had Patreon. Without knowing what I do on Patreon, I've had people say, "Oh, you're Patreon, you goddamn e-beggar," and it's like, dude, I'm creating product. I'm not begging people for money. I'm creating and you e-beggar you. I like your sense of humor. But I'm creating something, right? Like it's not just like give me your money. Like I'm doing something. See, Jesse wants snacks. Jesse Panda wants snacks. But yeah, so that's why I wanted to change over to Subscribestar. It just feels like it would be a more professional move than to stay on Patreon. But the reason why I'm Patreon is because like that's all there was, right? For the longest time was Patreon. And I've had it for like 3 years. We all want snacks. We're doing a game, like a, what are we calling a video? What? Beard Snacks and Gaming. We're going to do a snack channel, but we're also going to do a snack segment on the SARUSHOW once a month. We'll do once a month. We'll do like a food thing on SARUSHOW. While I play some games, the panda's going to cook. Cooking Panda. It's like Cooking Mama, but with a panda. Sarmar, that's true, man, but don't let those few people saying that influence your thoughts. If you want to stay on Patreon, then stay there. But if you really want to change it, then that's cool. Yeah, I was thinking of, oh my god, Shell! We were just talking about Shell earlier. I don't know. I just think that it would be better for my overall image to not do it on Patreon. I might keep Patreon for the Beard Snacks and Gaming channel, because I might keep it as a, I'll take money for content creation. But I think for Sarumaru stuff, like my created stuff, I think I would rather move over to Subscribestar and continue doing that as a product. Shell says, what? What have I done this time? Was I bad? Yes, you haven't been here in forever. We were like, where's Shell? Shell's never here. I started crying and everything. I was like ugly crying too. Like bad sobbing. See, Panda is crying too. It's sad. You can create a custom link through your site via Stripe. Like a subscription thing. I don't know if maybe I pay for all those e-commerce things. I have two different e-commerce things I pay for, because one is to run Stripe payments. Shell says, I know I work all the time, it sucks. I'll be here more often. Yes, be here. You made it Jesse sad, but I think Jesse's sad because he wants to eat. But you always want to eat.
I do.
You can create a custom link through your site via Stripe. I don't know if I want to, like, services like Subscribestar kind of handle everything, though. You know what I mean? Like, they handle, like, all that stuff. So, I don't know. Maybe I could do that. Yeah, subscription thing. Like a Stripe API, says Gizmo.
Shell says, hey, Jesse, heard something about a cooking show. Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna do a cooking thing on SARUSHOW like once a month after the New Year. But we're also gonna do a snacks, like compare snacks from different parts of the world.
Here's a snack bag.
Yeah, that's a snack bag. That's for the beard snacks and gaming thing we're gonna do, where we're gonna try snacks from different parts of the world, and we're gonna compare and blah blah blah. Ploppity plop plop. Hey Saru, I don't think you are an e-burger at all. You and Jesse greeted me with open arms and still would treat me like a person if I didn't use Patreon. That's true, because we have people who used to be on Patreon who are not anymore, who still chill out and they don't get treated any differently. You know,
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You know, as long as, even if you're not on Patreon, if you're watching my videos and contribute on the channel, you're still helping me, regardless. So. The only reason why the reason why the Discord is a paid perk, why that's the $2 perk, is because we like to keep things. I'm part of plenty of public Discords, and even though ours is pretty wild, we can get pretty risque, and we're all adults. It ensures that we are all adults. You know, if you're willing to pay the $2 to like be, you know, in that circle of people, you're likely not going to be a complete asshat. But even though it does happen. Like no place is perfect, but I think it's definitely a lot better than a lot of the public Discords. Close knit, yeah, that's a good way to put it. Your NSFW section is lit. Yeah, we do have an NSFW section. That's
Who said that?
Gizmo.
I know.
That can get quite out of hand. See, Alucard says private Discords are the best, and we haven't had many problems at all out of the people in the Saru Discord.
Yeah.
Says Alucard. It just keeps it, I don't know, it's just easier for us to keep an eye over everything as well, you know, and if we just make it free for everyone to come, then people can come and like be asshats and leave, you know, and you know, come back whenever they want. This way we know that, you know, hey, if you're a complete asshat, you know, when we remove you, we know you're not going to come back because we've removed you. So I've been in way too many public Discords to know that it's not a good idea. It's not a good idea for a creator who is trying to create a close-knit community. If I was a creator who didn't fucking interact with anybody, then yeah, I'll open up a private Discord. I'm not going to be there. Fuck all of you, right? That kind of attitude. But that's not the case. I am in that Discord every single day. So I see what people are saying, you know, and I like it when people get along. Kerber Strike Down says, well, let us know if and when you switch or add Subscribestar as an option, then I'll join Saru. That's true. I guess I could always just add Subscribestar as an option and then slowly have people migrate over.
That's true.
And then just give people that bonus. Because I was thinking about giving anybody who migrated over, like...
You're
you
right.
know.
We can do both until like everyone migrates slowly.
Right, until everyone migrates slowly, we can do both. That's actually a good idea. And then we can do...
Shell said, have you been playing a lot today, or is it a hangout today?
Oh, we played some. So we did first hour and a half. We talked about co-op games, kind of like old. Were you around for VGST? I don't think you were. I think you were. No. So we used to have a thing called VGST, Video Game Show and Tell, where we used to like show off a game in my collection top. We stopped doing that in favor of SARUSHOW, where we like change it up. Mostly is art, right? Like I draw a lot of stuff on Saturday. And then we talk about whatever subject. Today, no art today. Today was no art. Today was just talking about stuff in the collection. And then we did streaming, and then we did the weekly question. That's why we were talking about you, is that I was reading your question off.
That was actually kind of fun, doing like a split, show off games and play. And
yeah, that was good.
That was fun.
So it kind of brings back like the feel of VGST when we used to do VGST. I think a lot of people miss that too, because we don't get nearly as many people as we used to. I think, but I don't know. Could just be a weird time of the year.
So yeah, it was kind of like the old VGST show.
Yeah, should we keep doing it like that? Did you like that, Super Boo? We did ask. This week's question kind of gives you the option to tell us what you guys like to see. If that's what you want to see on the Saturday show, we'll bring back. That format. It'll still be SARUSHOW, but it'll be like VGST, right? Well, we'll have like a small section that was like VGST, and then we can do like little bit game stream or art, right? I won't diss KF96 so long as he doesn't diss KF99. Oh, that's so hard. That's so hard to do.
Shell.
KF99 is
Shell said, well, as long as you guys chill out, you can do whatever almost. Always a good time yet.
Thank you, Shell. I appreciate that. So I think I'm gonna set up a subscribe star, and then what I'll do for people who start moving over is I'll just give them some sort of like merchandise bonus, depends on who you are. Like the Saru Crew Elite people, I'll give them an extra charm because they're already giving me $20 a month, right? And then like the Print Club Plus can get like one of those special stickers, like we do those heavy duty die cut stickers or hologram stickers. We can give them one of that. Print Club people, they can get like an extra print if they move over or something. We'll have something for everybody who wants to move over. And then the $2 people will probably just remain. My main concern is all the Print Club people. So once all the Print Club people move over, then I'll close Patreon. Which means that the $2 people will either resubscribe on Subscribestar or they don't and we lose them.
We'll see. We'll think about that.
Yeah, we'll see. We will see what we will do. Super Boo says, I kind of like the art shows the most, I think. Yeah, so the art thing is still going to happen. But we were thinking about doing, like, in the beginning, like, maybe do, like, how we did today where we did an hour of talking about stuff and then jumping to the art stream. Or if we're doing a game stream, then jumping to the game stream. Today we did a game stream because we wanted to play co-op games together on stream. So we played Final Fight. And we would have beat it had we not started beating the shit out of each other. Because we were trying, and then we just started beating the shit out of each other, and then it just turned into who's going to die. Jesse died. Jesse died.
Damn it!
Hey, you started that.
I kept doing the specials.
You started that. Oh yeah, speaking of co-op games, I'm wearing the Scott. I didn't show this. I'm wearing the Scott Pilgrim versus the World shirt, which is coming out soon to the Switch, which is cool. I really like this game. It's a really fun co-op game as well, which you can play 4 players, which is awesome. If you close the Patreon, then us that are on there will just be like closed off the Patreon then? Or do we need to actively go into Patreon and close down the sub? No, so if I close down Patreon, I think it doesn't. You guys don't get charged for it because it's not going to be there anymore. But we're not doing that anytime soon. We're just creating a subscribe star for people who don't want to deal with Patreon, because Patreon is kind of just shittily run, right? Like, they stopped us from doing so many things. Like, they're so intrusive. Like, Patreon's so intrusive.
Yeah, they go to your YouTube. They're like, we saw your YouTube channel.
Yeah, like we saw your YouTube channel, and that has nothing to do with your Patreon. If you're doing giveaways, it's like, first off, what the fuck are you doing going to my YouTube channel just so you could tell me that this contest is not allowed on Patreon because it's a YouTube contest? Like, that kind of shit. And that happened twice already. Like, if it happened a third time, I would just, like, hard cut, right? And just go to another thing, because that's just how I am. So, instead of waiting for that to happen, I'm going to have this subscribe star option so that people can start moving over to subscribe star instead. Honestly, I throw more money at the stream multiple times a month than $2 I give on Patreon. Yeah. So the $2 thing is basically just for access to the to the Discord. But like I said, we're thinking about changing that in the future.
So.
I hate how Patreon gets involved with political correctness. I know someone who makes political videos. Patreon banned him, no joke. That's another thing too, right? Like, I'm not, like, I don't care what party you are, right? Like, when it comes to, like, the political stuff, I don't care. I don't care who you follow or any of that. And that's how it should be everywhere, right? As long as you're not bringing it, to our Discord, because then... Yeah, pushing it towards people, because then it makes it uncomfortable. Because that's, like, the one thing, like, we don't talk about politics in our Discord, but we encourage people not to do it. But I don't believe that content creators who create videos and stuff regarding that stuff should be banned for that sort of thing. Like, people shouldn't be banned for that kind of stuff. That's like, everyone has, like, as long as you don't push it. Wait, you people are not Nazis? Yes, I'm leaving that, says Makoto King.
Because Shell said, Nazion is what it's called in Germany. Hitler's AI running it.
Oh my god. Is that what? Nazion? How funny. Snacks, says Jesse McFlow. I know, Jesse's like, shut up already so we can get food. As long as that's my mentality, Super Boo. As long as they're not pushing it on others, who cares? Who cares what you believe or what, don't push it on others. I'm not going to push my religious beliefs or lack thereof, or whatever, on the Discord that I'm running. And we have people from all sorts. The Discord already has, like, people who, are all sorts of different beliefs and walks of life, right?
Shell donated.
Oh, Shell donated, says shove it, Patreon. Just shove it. Thank you, Shell. I appreciate that. What's Swedish Kronos? Thank you, Shell. I appreciate that. Oh, excuse me. I always liked Goof Troop on SNES. That's called, by the way. Oh, I forgot about Goof Troop.
Goof Troop.
Sloppy burper. Swedish plops. Svenska kroner. Patreon will yell at you now. Because they saw you yelling about Patreon on your YouTube channel. And that has nothing to do with your Patreon. I know, that's the kind of bullshit. It's like, what the fuck, man?
I really like Goop Troop.
So, like, on our Discord, we don't talk about politics, right? Like, that's like we don't talk about politics, we don't talk about religion. We don't talk about anything that's going to make people get, like, heated, right? Because the point of our Patreon is pretty much just to talk about games. You're there for games. We're talking about games. And, of course, hentai in the NSFW section or whatever. That's why there's an NSFW section. But we just don't want people fighting each other, so we don't really talk about politics there. Besides the fact that there's a million other places where you can talk about politics, you know? So that's really, we don't really encourage people to talk about it. You know, we have rules, and not because like I believe one thing or another, because I don't believe in anything or anyone, but mainly because people are really, really touchy about this stuff. So it's just easier to be like, just don't do it. Because at first we weren't, right? At first we were like, you know, whatever. It was kind of a free for all, and then people started fighting, and it's like, oh no. So the only reason the rule exists that we don't talk about politics is because people fight. And that's the only reason. If people were like level-headed to where they could have like conversations about it without like getting personal, then we wouldn't have had to make the rule. The only reason we have a no religion, no politics rule is because people get personal when it comes to that stuff, and then people fight. And I don't fucking want people fighting in my Discord, so that's why people pay money to get away from that. You know, that's what people are paying. People are paying to be part of a private Discord because they want to get away from that kind of activity. So that's why we encourage people not to talk about stuff that people are gonna get all. But we don't like people cut. Like, you can cuss all you want till you're blue in the face, and you can talk about jerking off the titties and then NSFW or any of that stuff. That's fine. We just don't want people fighting over religious stuff. And so far it's worked because people aren't fighting in our Discord, which is good.
Just, I hear you, Saru. Having a calm discussion about whatever, like politics, require more than one thing is actually very strange.
Yeah. I'm touchy about mice cans. Very touchy, says Cobra Strike Down. Can we talk about mice cans? Ooh, I drew a really cool, maybe I can show you, I have a picture of it. I drew a really cool, here's, so this quarter's print club is SNK themed. And here is one of the pieces that I did. Here is Athena. This is one of the prints. Here I did an Athena Asamia. There we go. That's better. That's one of the prints. And then I did.
Pro says you drew mice cans. Lol.
And then I have a Chibi Kyo Kusanagi. And then the other print. The other print is BAM! A Shiranui Mai print. There we go. Let's see. Can you guys see it okay? That's the other print.
That's my favorite print.
There's my waifu, says Cobra Strike Down. This one I think is my favorite one so far. Of this quarter's prints, is this one. And Saru Print Club is basically you pay $5 every month and you get 3 prints, a sticker, and a letter from me every quarter. And the Patreon people usually pick the theme of what it's going to be, like what the prints are going to be. And then I draw a bunch of art. Basically, the Patreon people pick pretty much everything we do, basically. Because we're all into like the same stuff. Oh, nice. Very Neo Geo Pocket Color Chibi Style S. Yes, that's actually what I was going for with that Kyo one. Was that Neo Geo Pocket look. Those chibis. With the proportions. Very, very similar proportions. Super Double Dragon is also such a good, fun beat-em-up co-op on the SNES, says Shell. Alucard says, not going to mention which Discord, but there's one I'm in that 2 people have been fighting quite a bit for a few days, and no one has said anything. Lol. Not the Saru Discord. Yeah, because I'd probably step in and be like, get out of here with that shit. No, our Discord's pretty good, and most people are adults about stuff, you know. Sometimes, like, we have, like, people have their fun, right? Like, they'll say stuff. And then some people are kind of, like, not self-aware, but that's gonna happen. I would love to see Mai as a charm too. Maybe if I did like a chibi one. But I was thinking, I'm going to start doing acrylic standees. If there is enough interest for Mai as an acrylic standee, I was thinking about maybe doing this one as an acrylic standee, and I can do a pre-order system for it. The acrylic standees that are coming next year are two FX Unit Yuki. One's Yuki and Jenny acrylic standees, and then I'm gonna do Valis acrylic standees. So it'll be like Yuko, Cham, and Valna acrylic standees. Those are the first 5 acrylic standees I'm gonna do, and then I'm gonna do more as time goes on. I'm gonna do more acrylic standees. It just depends on how they do and how they sell. You know, because I do have to charge a little bit more to make some money. Anything I'm down for, says Cobra Strike down. Yeah, I love Mai too. I love all of the SNK girls except for Vice. That's not true. I also don't care for the sumo girl either. And I don't care for Mei Lee. Is that her name? The Korean girl? I don't care for her either. But everyone else is cool.
Others says, that art is awesome, Saru. And as an artist myself, you inspire me. Especially how consistent you are with your art. I'm trying to get that point myself.
Just draw a lot, man. Just drawing nonstop. I draw a lot. Any free time I get, I'm drawing. If I'm on break from work, I'm drawing. If I'm watching TV, I'm drawing. Especially now, because I have like the subscriber obligations now, like the print club, Saru Print Club obligations. So I'm always drawing stuff for Saru Print Club or Charms or whatever I'm doing.
Server said, did Bomberman get more than $50, or is that the bar accurate?
$53, I believe, right?
63.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
$63. So he didn't make it. Womp womp. So Bomberman, I don't know if we'll bring him back at some point. The next PC Engine Fridays, we're still doing Engine Kun, I think. Because we're doing a second round of Engine Kun. But I funded the first Engine Kun that ever got made because he was the first hardware friend. So now we're giving people a chance to put their names on the first Engine Kun charm because we're going to remake it. Because the first Engine Kun charm, it was funded by me. So we didn't put people's names like we did who put down $10 to get their name on the charm. So that's what I should do. That's exactly what I was doing, trying to learn Japanese on lunch break, any free time. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing with drawing is any free time I have, I draw. Especially now, because I'm making so much stuff, right? Like the t-shirts and stuff and all the merch stuff. So I'm constantly drawing. And not to mention that I take commissions too, so I'm doing like commission work as well. So I'm always drawing, mainly because I have to, but I love drawing, so I'd rather do drawing all the time than my normal day job. So if there was a way where I can like sustain myself drawing, that would be great. You know, like if I got more people to join like Patreon and I got like more commissions. The problem is I only take like 3 or... Oh my gosh! Red 7 just joined. Oh my god! Print Club Elite. Who is Red 7? Holy cow! Welcome, Red 7, for joining the Saru Print Club Elite. Do we have an Elite envelope that we can show?
Yeah. With
the sticker and everything? We should show what the Elite is. What the Elite... We should always have one package. That's not an Elite one. But anyway, so the Saru Print Club Elite, that's really cool. I wonder who that is. So let me show you what you get as a member of the Saru Print Club Elite. So Saru Print Club Elite, on top of like priority with everything and discount on all the charms or anything on sarumaru.com, comes with a discount. So like the charms, normally we charge $10 for the charms. Saru Print Club Elite can get them for $8. They also get them with free shipping. for your $20 a month. You also get the 3 prints, the 3 quarterly prints a month. It also comes with the sticker, a letter, the special item of the month, which is always changing. Every month we do a different item for people on that tier. This one is the holographic FX unit Yuki stickers that we're giving to people. That's on the $20 tier. The $20 tier also gets a charm that's original to that tier. We will never sell the charm that comes with that tier. So these charms, the first one was this Yuki Sarugurumi charm. This one is only available through Print Club. Only available through Print Club. This is the one that's coming this next. This Print Club is this one right here. This is Gods of Lightning Snow. The 5th stage of FX Unit Yuki, that's the armor she dons. This one is only available also through Print Club Elite. As well as a bunch of the artwork that's only available as a Print Club Elite member. And usually they'll come, this is a letter, usually I like to write you guys a letter where I talk about whatever. Elite also gets priority for pretty much everything. When we do game hunts, Elite gets priority as to what games they get to pick. So like when we go to Japan, Elite members get priority over that. Just more Print Club stickers. So very cool to whoever Red 7 is for joining the Saru Print Club Elite. That's really awesome of you. We'll reach out to you soon. You'll get the Discord link automatically as well. But thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining the Print Club Elite. That's super awesome. Alucard says, oh, I missed a bunch of comments. Sorry, I got super excited. We got a new Saru Print Club Elite member. Never too late to learn. Oh, you guys are talking about art stuff. Sorry, Mara, that's what I should do. Oh, I read that. Hopefully you can do that eventually. I feel the same way. I've always been an artist and hope to do creative things for a living one day. I have my toes dipped in too many fields of art. Good night, Gizmo. Thanks for stopping in. Superbo donated $6. He says, poor Bomber Man. Just noticed the Fatal Fury hat. Oh, welcome, Nerd Strategy. Yes, that one is actually, it's too far. But that one is signed, it's signed by Falcoon. Falcoon was one of the artists for the King of Fighters series. He signed that hat. Which already came like that. I didn't get it signed. Somebody else got it signed, and then I got it. I need to join the Elite Print Club, says Alucard. You should. There's lots of cool stuff that comes with it. Especially stuff that I'll never make again.
Super Boo says part of my message got cut off.
Oh, did you say more than poor Bomberman? That's all it says. It says poor Bomberman. That was the message. Oh, there goes. That's it. Yeah, that's all that came through. It says, poor Bomberman! I had that Fatal Fury hat 15-20 years ago, says Cobra Strike Down. Been meaning to ask, what's the yellow box above your head? I see the HE logo. Is something PC Engine related? Yes, that is the ROM amp. That is a PC Engine karaoke unit. Right there. Let's see, that's about as far as I can take it.
You don't want to move it.
That is a PC Engine karaoke unit. You set the IFU on top of it. Oh yeah, you can face it towards me now. And you can karaoke's. No, that made it worse.
Oh, I think I know what's.
What? Oh yeah, it's that light. That's definitely it. But yeah, that's what it is. It's a karaoke. We should really always turn that light off.
Yeah.
And then that side's got a bunch of other stuff. There's a Yuki on the wall right there. Back when it was called Henshin Engine. That's a Yuki wall scroll. And then that's a bunch of stuff there. I keep my Mega Drive. Oops. Mega Drive and other stuff there. A bunch of shit on the floor. There's the Poly Mega. There's a Kenichi Sonoda laser disc right there. Bunch of junk. That's pretty much the room tour because everything I have is in like that side of the room.
Well, soon we're gonna you know get these doors out.
So we'll be able to move more stuff around the room.
put more shelves like right
Live
there.
game room tour. Yeah, pretty
We'll do
much.
it after we like organize.
Yeah, because we have like some Switch stuff over there, but we're moving one of this Billy shelf is gonna go over there, and we're gonna put another one of these big ones. We're gonna put just this wall is just gonna be 2 of these shelves. Will be this whole wall because I thought it was gonna be good enough, but there's not. There's still media on the floor. There's not enough room. Now we zoom into your forehead. Welcome to my forehead. I'm amazed at how much stuff you're able to fit there. I know there's like, and this room's not very big. And it's like crammed with shit. Like if you look over here, it's kind of a mess over here. But this is where I keep all the consoles. Like there's a TurboGrafx on the floor. That's my OG TurboGrafx CD right there too. It used to come with a case, the typewriter case, as my friends used to call it. There is PS2. What is there? GameCube, PS2, PCFX, Super CD-ROM 2 on top of a CDZ. Below that is Saturn. You can't see it. There's a Japanese Saturn there. The Polymunius, PS3, Super Famicom, Polymega modules, 3DO in the corner, and then there's something else down there. I can't see what it is. Some other consoles.
I see GameCube. I love GameCube.
We have like 3 GameCubes. We have 2 Japanese ones. One's kind of broken though. We have the pumpkin spice one, and then we have a black one with the matching GBA player as well. And then there's consoles all over this house. This closet here has a bunch of consoles that I don't want to go through until we organize it better. But there's a bunch. I just buy SMS. Oh, there is. Good eye. Good lord. That is an SMS. Who said that? Beakerman. Yeah, there's that. Sega Matt. Oh, that's probably where my Double Dragon is. I couldn't find it. I bet you it's inside the system.
I think it is.
I think that I was playing Double Dragon last.
Super
I
Boost.
think that's what's in there.
I just said that it was the most I can do. When this thing got cut off.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Super Boo. I appreciate that. You are awesome.
I mean, if you want to, we got about 75. You can do small charm.
Yeah, if he doesn't get funded, we'll make him into a small charm. That way the money goes to it anyway.
Yeah.
So we have enough to make him into a small charm. So we can just turn him into a little charm. He can just be a little baby charm. It'll still be cute. So we'll turn him into a small charm. Some of these small charms though come out really good.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they all come out pretty good, but some of them, like, I'm really impressed with. Like, look at this one. Look how cute this guy came out. This one is a small one. So we can make Bombermans like this size. So we'll do that. We're going to make him into a small charm. That should be good enough. I am the cable management god. They haven't used my services, so they shall suffer in the sea of wires. You can come play with my cables. I don't have any issues with that. I would be A-okay. Is that the only other small charm? I think so. Oh no, wait, there's a silk charm also. Man, that silk one came out super cool. Super cool! Hey, Saru, nice collection, but as the saying goes on Ron's channel, if you don't own an Atari VCS 2020, you aren't a real gamer. Yeah, I don't see myself getting an Atari VCS. Apparently they are coming out though, right? I thought that was going to be vaporware, but a lot of people say that about the Polymega too. People thought Polymega was vaporware. Do you have an Atari VCS 2020, bro? Is my code okay? Oh, it's so funny. Oh, cool. Thank you, Super Boo, for sharing that link. Yes, click on that link, you guys. We're gonna be adding mouse pads to that as well. You should see how crazy he gets about cable management. Who? Sorry, cable management. Oh, your friend? That's funny. Yo, brat, you got a VCS? You ain't a gamer, brat. Unless you rock an Atari, brat. This is Cover Strike Down. That's hilarious. That's so funny.
Wow, we just hit 4 hours.
We did hit 4 hours. Holy shit. Well, that's kind of normal on the Saturday show, isn't it? Don't we normally always go like 4 hours? You're like acting surprised. That's pretty normal. We almost always hit 20 hours. Though usually we have more than 20 people. I think everyone's playing Cyberpunk or I don't know. Or just times are weird right now. It's a weird time. It's a weird time!
Christmas.
Yeah, it's Christmas. I guess. I don't know. Let's see here. I have unexplainable love for my Jaguar. It's so obscure. I love it. Yeah. I mean, that's cool. I don't know. I'm personally not a fan of the Jaguar, like, at all. Like, at all. I just don't know who they made that for. Like, who do they make the Jaguar for? It's funny. Cover Strike says, man, I couldn't like the Jag. Where did you learn to fly? Is that a game? Is that concept in the game? I'm not familiar. Screw the Net says, and that's why you and Jesse are one of my favorite channels. I don't hang this long with any channels outside of Media Glitch Crew, says Screw the Net. Well, thank you, Screw the Net. And now you're officially in the Saru crew and you're in our Discord all the time, which is cool because I'm in the Discord all the time. It's so funny because sometimes I'll post stuff at like 4 in the morning and Screw the Net's like, oh yeah, you know, like super late. Because I'm a night owl. I sleep like 3 or 4 hours a night, which is probably not healthy. But I love staying up at night. I love it. I love being up at night and I work a morning job. I hate it. That's why I wish like soon I can do something else. I think what I might do is if I can get like enough like subscriptions, you know, to like where I can drop down to part-time, I think I'll be happier. Because I'm thinking about dropping down to part-time. Like once I start getting more people to subscribe to like all this other stuff, then I might drop to part-time. And I need to work on the next game already. I'm already working. I started doing pixel work for Yuki too. So if I have more time, that means more games. And I'm sure people want to see more games other than just FX Unit Yuki being ported to everything. Because right now it's like FX Unit Yuki is the only game we made and it's gotten ported to like everything, right? Like all the old consoles. I need to make something new. I need a new game. A new game. Not just FX Unit Yuki 2, but a new different game outside of FX Unit Yuki. James Rolay says it's 5:30 a.m. So I guess I'm a thorough night owl. Yeah, that would definitely make you a night owl, James Malloy. Pretty sure someone asked this, but how long did Yuki take to make? So it took us from start to finish. FX Unit Yuki took us 2 years. It took us two years to make. From the time that we showed off like the first really crude, and I say really crude demo because the first demo was so crude. And then we showed off one demo with like an almost a stage concept. From that time to the time we finished it, it was almost exactly 2 years. Like almost down to the same month of release. So it took us about 2 years. So development time was pretty quick with FX Unit Yuki. We did it pretty quickly. In my opinion, 2 years is pretty quick for a game made like that with only 2 people. Here's the original demo that we distributed. We put it on one of these discs here. This is the very first demo.
Henshin Engine.
It used to be called Henshin Engine.
Yeah, the game used to be called Henshin Engine before we changed its name to FX Unit Yuki. And then, of course, this was the first release here. The first, sorry, not the first release. This was the original. What do you call it? The first proof of it before we sent it out. So before, this is what it was called. This is the only copy that exists that's actually labeled Henshin Engine. But we had to change it for legal purposes, and now it's called FX Unit Yuki, the Henshin Engine. We couldn't have Henshin couldn't be the first word because someone threatened to sue us over it. So we changed it. they were either going to get legally involved or we had to cut them part of our profits for using the name. And I was like, fuck you, I ain't doing that. And so I went for a complete rebrand. And it says Saru Studio there. That's actually the name of the LLC. But the new games have the DBA logo listed, which is Saru Pro. And then here's what... Well, this is the Dreamcast one, but the new games have that listed. Saru Pro. And then the back here, it has like Saru Pro and Josh Prod and Pixel Heart. Because I guess he has to put all his different logos on there. Because those are both the same operation. But now the game portion of my company goes by Saru Pro. And if you've seen, Marilyn Monrover or just Rover, he's the programmer of this game. He hangs out in the chat as well. Rover is the bad guy and the prisoner. Rover, he programmed FX Unit Yuki. Here you go. But yeah, it took us about 2 years from start to finish, and there was some there was a lot of issues with it as well. We did, if on Patreon, we have like a lot of behind the scenes videos and stuff that you can see. There's like videos about our production, the mishaps that happened with production, convention footage. There's like a lot of behind the scenes footage on Patreon concerning FX Unit Yuki stuff. Basically, when stuff started happening, we started posting stuff onto Patreon. Wow, I really figured you were sued by Konami for using engine. Just the word engine. Or using the word edge. Do you remember that whole thing? Just being able to use the word edge. You ever played Trauma Center, Saru? Is that the Wii game where you're like... I think I have it, but I don't think I ever played it. I'm pretty sure it's a Wii game, right? I think. Where you can't let people die or something like that. I didn't play it though.
DS.
What I think? Or DS, yeah, DS. They made a Wii one too, right? Yeah, I think I have it. Oh my god, yeah, the Edge lawsuits. That guy is nuts for reals. Or maybe we... Oh my gosh, we got a $20 donation from Brandon313. Thank you so much, Brandon313, for that $20 donation. That's going to get your name on this package for Bombermans, as well as the charm. But you know that. I just have to reiterate, because some people might not know. It's very interactive and original. Yeah, it looks cool. There it goes. Thank you so much, Brandon313, for your $20 super chat. Very, very cool. I really appreciate it. Super cool, sir. Very much thank you. So that puts us at how much for this charm? $86.
$86, yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't update super chats because it's a dum-dum. It's a dum-dum. Yeah, there were Trauma Center games on the Wii and the DS. Yeah, I remember both the DS one. I remember there was a Wii one as well. I get that sometimes it seems like you get something done, like fixing a health issue in a game, but somehow it messes with something else, like makes the monsters indestructible. There's monsters in the game? What? But yeah, thank you so much, Brandon313. Brandon313 is one of the many Brandons that we have as a member of the Saru crew. They are the strong front line of Brandons of the Saru crew. I am proud to say that we have 3 Brandons as members of the Saru crew, and they're all very cool. Very cool and unique. Unique peoples. Video game programming issues. Ah. Oh, you forgot to do the thing. Oh no, it's still there.
Out because of
life. Cool. Yay! That was Jesse Hand. He was updating the thingy. The thing. Oh my gosh! So we're actually $14 away from making this guy into a big charm. Very cool. Very, very cool. I think people would probably like him as a big charm. instead of a small charm.
Probably says
Brandon 1, Brandon 2, and Brandon 3.
3.
3, 1, 3. Oh, funny. And 1 shell, and a young one at that. That is unique. Even here in Sweden, it says shell. Yeah, you're the only shell, and the only Swede in the Saru crew. So you are automatically the most unique.
That's funny. I have a note.
And
How to say his name here?
And the only person in their name with unarts, or whatever those are called. What are those called? When you have those accents. More Brandons per capita than any other YouTube channel. Oh, that's so funny. That's true. We've got all the Brandons. All the Brandons.
I am the youngest shell in all of Sweden, maybe the world.
Maybe in the world. Is that like an old-timey name? Is Shell an old-timey first name for someone in Sweden? Okay, I figured that's what it was since you were saying that. But like, we got a PC Engine, we got Polymega, we got Brandon's, we got
Isn't
Brandon's.
PewDiePie name like Shell or something? Shellberg?
Yeah, that's his name is, his last name is Shellberg. And it's spelled like that too. K-J-E-L-L. What the shell?
What the shell?
That's funny. One Swedish person smells very Swedish fishy to me. What are Swedish fish aren't even Swedish, are they?
That's a watered down shell.
That's funny. That's a watered down shell. Shellberg. That's funny. Basically, a big charm would give more room for names on Bomberman's package. Oh wait, names go on the packaging. My mistake. That's hey, we were making that joke when we did the charms for our thing. We were telling people that they can get their names on our package. And we did both of them as small charms, and you guys funded them to make it happen. So very exciting. Very exciting indeed. Yes. Very cool.
Carlos tries to tell us, I want my name on Barman's package. How much?
Who did?
Cobra Strike Down said that. It's $10 to put your name on the package and $20 for the name, and you get the
charm.
And the charm.
So basically, if you go here, right? Let me show you an example of what it looks like on the website. Like, let's go to one of the character pages. We will go with, what did we play today? Turbo PC. What did we play today? What the fuck did we play? Final Fight? We have no Super Nintendo character, but let's take this. Here's a cool one. Let's take this Powerful Male design. Take this Powerful Male, for instance. If you go to that page, it shows you like the description of what's on the package. This one specifically has the back of the package itself. And then special thanks to the following charm sponsors. Those are all the people who gave money for it. This page stays up forever. For as long as StarMario.com is up. And StarMario.com has already been up for like 8 years. So for as long as this page is up, your name will be on this page for this charm. Because it's not going away. However, a sold out thing will go on it when they're done. And this one, I believe... Are we already out?
Of what?
It doesn't show the it says availability, but there's nothing.
Of what?
Powerful Mail.
Can you order it? Yeah, you can order one.
We're not gonna order one.
No. If you can add it to your card, then you can.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, then.
Big cartel. Is there a dash? Where's the dashboard? Oh, we're not signed into here. That's why.
I can check.
That's why. I wanted to see how much was left. The availability, the way this site does the availability is stupid. I hate
It's
it.
weird, yeah.
It should just show you in numbers what it is. But anyhow, yes. So when you donate $10, your name goes on the back of the package like this one. So it looks like that on the back of the package of whatever charm, and then it's also on the website. And so basically what's going to happen, If you would rather use PayPal, you can donate through here. Oh, that's true. You can. Thank you, Super Boo. Look at Super Boo. We need to set up Nightbot to do that as well. So that we can have people like Super Boo, who's a super mod. Super Boo is a member of our Sarumaru Star team, Saru Crew Star team, which is like our super mods. He's one of our chat super mods because he's always pointing people where they need to go. So he got one of these fancy dandy pins right here, which I only have like 2 or 3 left of these. 5 people got them, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe 5 moderators got them, which means I have 3 left of these. But Super Boo got one of these. He's Saru Crew Star Team because he's always pushing our stuff, which is good because when I sell stuff, that helps us. When people get memberships, that helps us. Yeah, I have no idea how many Popples left. I think she's like the next one. It's a tracking pin, so Saru, so you'll never leave Saru. I will find you. I will find you when you go beep beep.
Beep beep boom.
When you go beep beep boom. I like that sound with the beep and the boom. Here we go. Products. Products. Powerful Mail. Engine Kun sold out. Yuki is sold out. Powerful Mail. Did we update? Did we remove the one that we gave to what's his name? We have one. We have one Powerful Mail in stock. That's why. So that's. I guess that bar means that they're out. Yep. So we have one Popful.
It's weird. It says Sega thing sold out, but there's 10 in there. 20 in stock.
Does a website say it's sold out? Like for the public?
Oh, there it is. Okay, active. There you go.
Which one was it?
This is a pin set.
Oh, the Sega pin set?
Yeah, it's weird, but you can still add it to the cart.
Does it still show that it's sold out?
Nope.
But when you were in the shop, did it say sold out, like on the products page?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Then it's not. Oh, it does say sold out.
Reload it.
Then we only have one list.
We
There
got
it
20
goes.
of them listed.
That's weird.
Right?
Why does it say sold out? Man, I hope it wasn't like that forever.
No, it wasn't.
Some people want to buy. We gotta add the other pins because we have like a.
We do.
We have an NEC fan pin set too, which is like the different PC Engine ones. These pictures are horrible. We need new pictures. They don't do the. Our pins look way better than what they look like on this picture.
Which one? For which one?
For the Sega set. We
Oh,
took
yeah,
this
definitely.
gross ass picture. But our pins are like
We got better
printed on
camera now.
super high gloss paper. Like they're quality pins. It's funny because we always compare. Like sometimes we'll buy pins from places and we look at them and it's like these pins are shitty.
I know.
compared to ours. Because we like ours are high quality stuff. Let's see, Saru, can you do me a favor? Shell's Swedish hockey team has stolen some gold medals from my team in Canada over the years. If you choose to accept your mission is to retrieve them back, Jesse will join you. What?
I need snacks.
Let's see here. But let's see. Super Boon is a mod on every channel that he watches. He's the best mod. I know. Yeah, Super Boon's a mod on a lot of channels. Sometimes he's two-timing us, but that's okay.
I think he does it with everyone.
Sometimes he's two-timing us. It just means he can multitask really well.
What time is it at you guys?
Almost 2 a.m.
It's almost 2 a.m.
1:50 a.m. We've been live for 4 hours and 25 minutes, so I guess we may as well just go to the 4:30 mark at this point. But anyhow, yeah. That's how the charm thing works. If you pay $10, you get your name on the package. If you pay $20, you get your name and the actual charm. But you don't have to do that. You could also just buy the charm from the website at a later point in time if it's funded. You could still buy it. 3 a.m. here. I'm still awake. Where's here? Where is a Cobra?
So 3 a.m. would be an hour ahead.
Where is a Cobra? Rainbow Cobra. Rainbow Cobra! Just answer the last
Cobra's
lean
in
thing just
Arizona.
now.
He's in Arizona, remember?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's in Arizona. He said he was going to come to Game On. Just yesterday, I
Sorry,
think we talked
forgets.
about it. Sarah's old. I'm old. I forget things. and wrote my name in it this time. Good job, Shell. You wrote your name on it this last time, I think, too.
Yeah. He did.
Unless,
No,
because
he
I saw
did.
you. He did?
He did.
Yeah, I saw I read your name. I read your name. You did it. Brandon says it's 5 a.m. Where's Brandon? Where's
Brandon's the East Coast.
all the Brandons are on the East Coast, I
He's
think, aren't they?
Huh?
Aren't all the Brandons on the East Coast?
Yep.
All the all the Brandons are on the East Coast.
Oh, how would you say that? I guess those little dots on the A.
Just longer, I think, right? How funny. If we
He's
go
outside Detroit.
4 hours, 31 minutes, Saru will be like, oh well, might as well go to the 5 hour mark at this point.
No!
I know,
And
much.
then I'll be like, ah!
I know, Jesse's like, Jesse
I'm
hates
just
this
like-
part of the night where I don't want to end it, you know, because like we're all chatting and stuff. The fries are forgotten. I know,
No,
the
I haven't
fries,
forgot them.
the fries are forgotten, long forgotten fries.
Bro, you should make an appointment, an app for YouTube, I think, instead of a game for your next project. It says shop.
Sorry, you should make an app for YouTube, I think, instead of a game for your next project. What? So, Saru and Jesse, do you guys accept your mission? I have a truck full of snacks on its way to your location as a small down payment. Depends on what the snacks are.
Yes. Shouts a Jesse app.
That.
Jesse, just get snacks
Just,
and
yeah.
keep Sarah for those 12 hours.
Just to get snacks so we can I know. I would stay too. Man, like, if I would, it's crazy because I stream a lot already, right? If I dropped onto part-time, I'd probably stream way more. But we'll see what happens. I do want to drop down to part-time though.
I mean, you can keep streaming, just bring your tablet and draw your pictures.
Yeah, so like, I'm thinking like, if I hit like the $1,000 threshold with like subscriptions, I'm gonna drop to part-time. With work.
An app that reads out comments in different voices during the streams. That's so.
People have those things that read the stuff and like those like those kind of scare me where they're like it wouldn't even know how to pronounce your name if I did an app.
No.
It would be like Kajel.
So I saw this funny thing on YouTube where they had the app.
Yeah.
And it said like, you know, the Google, you know, I don't want to say it. He's like, blah blah, order dildos.
Oh yeah, we can't
Loud.
do that too. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So some person had the app running loud, right?
Yeah.
So it said it loud, blah blah blah, order dildos, and everyone in the chat was like, Amazon just ordered dildos because of your thing.
They're like Malexus.
So he had a
order extra large dildos.
like,
and then
blah,
everyone
order condoms and stuff like that. Because we did it last time too.
Blah blah blah. Order. I said something. Yeah.
A
And
timer.
people's.
You said don't even say Google either.
Yep. I said her name. Set a timer.
For
And
1
apparently
hour.
it said it for a couple people in the chat.
Like, great, I have a timer for an hour.
No, it wasn't even an hour. It was like 4 a.m. because I wanted to watch the Mnet Mnet Music Awards, and it was at 4 a.m. our time. So someone's alarm randomly went off at like 4 a.m. their time.
They're like Alex.
How many? Saru, all of them, all the dildos, all the sizes. Sometimes I feel like a fatty. One thing I love about you guys says, what is that? They really do a good job of reading all the comments. So yeah, we read. Same thing when people leave comments on videos. We read them all the time. Sometimes I'm not in a position where I can like respond if I'm at work, but I try to respond to all of the comments that are left. And we like to interact with the chat too. Even when we even did it when we had like 200 people in the chat that one time. We were still interacting with people. Even though the chat was absolutely ridiculous. Like those first 2 days were so crazy. They were so crazy. I don't know how Reggie does it with his audiences of like 200 people, because like we were trying to respond actively to everybody too.
Shell said, do you have the NGC collection, Saru? The Golfie?
The Golfie. I don't have the
added?
Golfie.
I don't know. Should we buy the bullet? Reggie's here!
Reggie's here. Welcome, Reggie. What do you mean by the bullet?
And buy that golf game.
Here I'm trying to drop down to part-time, and it's like we're going to spend $1,000 on a golf game. That's like a month. That's like a month worth of pay right there. We're still here. I know, we've been here for years. It's been 82 years. 82 years, you guys. 82 years. Do you guys understand how long it's been? Buy the golf game, then go to part-time. That's true. That's like my last like big one is the stupid golf game, man. That's like my last.
But yeah, at the heart of you interaction is Jesse. Without him, you guys are probably not as interactive. So you guys are truly a team.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shell.
Yeah, we are definitely a duo. And if it wasn't for him, pretty much half of the comments would never get read because, you know, I would be doing whatever. So he is absolutely necessary as part of this dynamic. Hence why there is a Saru and a Jesse McFluff charm as well. Because we need. Starmer, I'll message you directly. Ooh, sorry. I just got.
And Saru's in the clouds flying with us all.
Sorry, not trying to spam, but how do I see? Oh, I'm sorry. We were just talking about not missing people's comments, and then we missed Alucard's comment.
What did he say?
He said, "How does he see what games?" Here, I'll post it right now. I have it up, I think.
Welcome, Red7 has just joined the Discord.
Oh, nice! That was the person who joined the Saru Print Club Elite. Very cool. Everyone welcome him. I'll jump in the Discord here in a second. Let's see. Where is the... There he goes. Live contest. YouTube contest winners and prizes. There we go.
So
all right.
It says Saru bought 2 of his holy grails, and I swear he's missing a third. There's always a third.
And there's always a third. Yeah, I am missing the golf game. I'm missing futsal, and I'm missing Zintrick. But I'm not too worried about the other ones. I could always find those fairly... oh, here it is. There it is. That's the link Alucard right there. I just posted it. Those are the things that you can choose from.
Yeah, I didn't see his either.
These are the things you can choose from any of these
see.
games. Any of these games you can pick for free.
I'm on Top Chat. So 3 now or some more?
3. Wait. 3? I'm missing... I think I'm missing 3, yeah.
Damn, 3. That's
3.
crazy.
4 if you count the... There's a variation in King of Fighters 95 that I'm missing as well. So... Does that really count 3.5 if you miss... Because there's a variant of 95 that I'm missing as well that I need. That I need to get. I need it in my mouth. Ooh, excuse me. I need it.
Oh, so thanks, guys. Well, I know you guys were doing it on purpose. I think because mine was on Top Chat. Whoops, sorry.
Yeah, mine was 2.
Ring says, "Hey, sorry, just here in Canada we have our own music awards. They're so bad. Some candidates are literally wearing only hoodies, sweats, and jeans. No joke, lol."
Really?
Man, you're so close to it.
To what? To a complete set?
Yeah.
I know, I'm so close. I'm so close, you guys. Hopefully I get to it soon. I'm going to make a video on it. On a complete collection. I don't know who would watch such a video, because it would be a fucking long-ass video. Right? If I showed off like the whole thing. I'll probably do a live. Actually. And then re-upload it as a video. I don't know. How should I do that? How should I do a full set video?
What you gotta do is once you get them all, we'll go to the hallway, get naked, and
just
put
lay
them
across
all
of them?
all of them.
Oh my god. That would be so sexy. And they'd be like, yes, complete collection. Just like roll around in them. Embraced by the sharp plastic that is my Neo Geo CD collection.
And as you're laying there, I'm gonna start throwing you snacks at the same time.
Yep. See how many I can catch in my mouth. But hey, being cozy at the awards is nice though. Accept your award in sweatpants.
Mackenzie says, "I would have watched a live stream and started just sleeping while listening to Jesse read the comments." That'd be hilarious.
Suddenly, Saru, why did I suddenly lose 1,000 subscribers? I know. Maybe Who knows? There's a fetish for everything.
There's a fetish.
There's a fetish for everything. Even fat hairy guy laying on old video game cases, bathing in them. That's what I could do. I could just take a bath with all of my Neo Geo CD games. I'll just stick my leg out. Boop.
And then just be seductive. Just be like,
oh, ironclad.
Look at all my Neo Geo CDs. Do you like that?
Discord gonna get
Do you
funky.
wanna
Discord's
touch
already funky. You
My
haven't seen
Neo
our,
Geo CD? Sorry.
you haven't seen our Discord and how it gets. Our Discord gets crazy. Speaking of Discord, let me welcome the new person really quick because we have to do that to everybody. Everyone usually gives a warm welcome to whoever's new. And Red 7 is here. Welcome. I don't know if you're watching Red 7, but I'm going to say hi anyway. It's Red 7. Welcome to the wildest place on the net.
Welcome. You got mail.
I'm just.
Reed says, would we watch a live stream of Jesse following Saru everywhere? If you know what I mean, Saru. No, that's where I draw the line. Red 7's here. Says, I am here.
Oh,
thanks."
he's here. I was just welcoming you on the Discord. I don't know if you were. Thank you for joining, by the way. I just wanted to welcome you on the Discord as well. We're Jesse following Saru everywhere. That's when we go to Japan. Jesse's always like following me around everywhere we go. When we go to Japan, or pretty much anywhere we go, Jesse will follow close behind while he eats snacks. But man, we've been at it forever tonight, huh?
Yeah.
Forever, you guys. But it was very cool. I had a good time. Hello, dude. Welcome to the Saru crew. Yes, welcome. Welcome. All right, I think we're going to call it a night because we've already been at it for 4 hours and 40 minutes, you guys, which is a super long time. But Monday, we will be back. Monday is Sega Mega Mondays. We play Sega games on the Poly Mega. Right there. Oh, no, that's those are my snacks. Right there. There's Poly Mega. We're going to do Sega Mega Mondays on the Poly Mega. So we're going to I'll ask Discord peeps what they want us to play on Monday. I'm going to start doing the whole requests on Discord where you guys pick what games I play ahead of time. Like we were doing with PC Engine Fridays. With the PC Engine Club. We're going to let you guys pick. Look at how flappy my finger is. It's very unnatural. Very unnatural. Peace, Jesse and Saru. You guys have a great... You guys have a great night. Thank you, Cobra Strike Down. Hopefully we get to finagle you into the wild group that is the Saru crew. We are very wild. So wild! Very wild. All the hearts. That's a vertical Saturn. I've seen everything. It is. It's lying on its side for whatever reason. Next to an OSSC that's broken. Stupid OSSC. But anyway, you guys, thanks everyone for stopping in here tonight. I really appreciate it. It's been a good night. We will be back here on Monday with Sega Mega Mondays. But for now, everybody have a good night, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.